Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name is Daimien Kamiya and I'm the Omni King. Welcome back to Genshin Impact. I'm praying I can have a good stream this time. The time before, I was having my internet issues and it cut. Hey, Saudi! The time after, last week, I was just super tired. That was it. I just was very, very tired, so I needed to end the stream early. I'm good, how are you? Excellent, good to hear. I'm also really happy that I beat what you call it? Dungeons yesterday. Super happy I finally ended that game. Because that game, like, and the thing is, it led straight into DLC, and I'm like, nope. no, and I just ended it at the base game. I might just do the DLC on my own for fun, but I just don't think I can stream that. So next week, that time slot, the time slot for Dungeons of Roadblock, is going to be replaced with Need for Speed Most Wanted on the Nintendo GameCube. It's the 2005 version. I never beat it, but I enjoyed the hell out of it. So today we got Genshin. Tomorrow will be no stream. Saturday we will be finishing up Final Fantasy XII. I'm not even kidding. We have a few hunts left to knock off. We have the super boss, Omega Mark. Then, and then I think it's just the final boss. We ended the stream last time on fighting Hellworm, which was a fun experience. Like, that boss, as with the amount of health that boss had, it was so much fun to actually show how automated the game is and how amazing that was. Like, I recommend, once again, going back to watching that fight. My hands were off the controller pretty much 95% of that fight. The game was just playing itself. I only had to touch the controller, really, when my party leader died. So we'll be beating that on Saturday. I do plan, I was thinking about it. I'm considering trying to see if I have time. I want to try and fight the level 99 red chocobo. I've actually never fought that, even with cheating. I mentioned on the last stream that a lot of the late game bosses in 12 I only ever beat from cheating. So I'm excited to try and beat them like legit, more or less. But I never actually fought the level 99 chocobo. I've never actually even had it spawn. I don't, like, I actually had to look up guides for it to spawn. And even apparently based on the guide, the most optimal way to make that thing spawn still can, and using the ×4 speed multiplier, can still take hours for it to spawn. It's actually insane when you think about it. But yeah, so we'll see about that one. I don't want to promise on that one because that's the only fight I can't guarantee. When a guide literally says using the optimal way at ×4 speed, it can still take hours. It could potentially still take hours. I'm not holding my breath on that one. But that game will get replaced with the Golden Sun franchise. I am excited to actually get into the Golden Sun franchise. I will be playing the first two on Wii U, and I'm going to figure out what I'm doing with Dark Dawn. But both of them I own on the Wii U, so that's what I'll be doing. I remember I got them. I think I got both of them for free because I had enough Nintendo points from buying games. So yeah, it's nice to be able to move on to 2 new games coming up. The Golden Sun games might be a bit long, but I do know my way around them pretty well because I played them a lot. I know Lost Stage the most out of the 3. If anything, I'd go Lost Age, Golden Sun 1, and then Dark Dawn, because I never actually really played Dark Dawn more than once or twice. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed Dark Dawn, but just like I was older and I had more games to enjoy. Back when I loved Golden Sun and Golden Sun 2, it was like I didn't have many options. Like that's the Game Boy Advance era, right? It was pretty much like that or Pokemon. Very, very few options. As a matter of fact, like that's literally how I came to love the Golden Sun franchise. Was the only games I had to play on Game Boy Advance. Now I had my Game Boy Color and stuff too in those games, but the only Game Boy Advance games I had at the time to play were Ruby and Golden Sun, because Golden Sun came with the DS, and I lost my Ruby version. So it's like all I had to play was Golden Sun. I remember I got stuck in the beginning area. I got stuck in the beginning area for so long, the game literally stopped spawning random encounters. I'm not even kidding. I couldn't fight enemies anymore. I killed them all. It was like Undertale. But yeah, anyways, we'll talk more about that when we get to those games. Let's switch over to Genshin now.
I'll be there.
I've been messing with teams again. Like, this is insane. I have Farazan on this team. Remember the character I said I never wanted to use? And now look at this. Not only do I have Goro on a team, but I have 3 Geos. Something I said I'd never do, but it's not a bad team. Well, I just got to do dailies, so we'll run around. I'll run around with this team and do dailies. Where are dailies right now? I mean, Sumeru, no. And Mondstadt. Can't miss out on my dailies because Dia's a coming.
I'll catch up.
This stupid event. I only really did this yesterday. And it wasn't that I was trying to do the event, it was all circumstantial. Okay, I see what the hunt is, or what the commission is, and this is a bit of an annoying enemy, so I'm actually gonna do it on this team, because this team can make quick work. I always hate like the insane loading it takes to load a team. Defeat the Eye of Storm.
Hey! Our bond is strong.
Cascade.
Dead. That's why it's my go-to team. And get Shinobu back to full health. So the reason why I'm using the Geo team, I still wanted a Geo character. And I was looking at healing. I was looking at alternative healers. And because I have C6 Goro, he can heal the team based off of as long as there's at least one additional Geo member in the team. So I said, okay. So I think I tried it with either Noel or Albedo. I forget which one. The reason why I'm running all those three specifically and like not Ningguang is because all three of these benefit from defense increase. Ningguang is actually not a defensive character. All her stats are attack oriented, so she wouldn't benefit the same way because a lot of the like all of Goro's buffs generally affect defense.
Illusion shattered. Charge! Witness my great undertaking.
Steady as stone, as a good knight should.
With Noelle being the main DPS as well, I did have to recorrelate how these characters were all built.
Shine down. Fall in.
I must leave no stone unturned, as a dutiful maid would.
But I had to move Raiden off of the Heizo team because I needed an off-fielder that actually had duration. I have plenty of off-fielders, but I needed one that kept their off-field effect for quite a long time. And the one that came to mind immediately was, Raiden's. Raiden actually has an incredibly long duration on her off-field effect because of Noelle. Noelle, with Noelle being my DPS, I just a reminder, I do have to do some character story because they're blocking me out of main story.
I'll catch up.
But yeah, once I activate Noelle's burst, I'm locked on Noelle. So I need it, and the problem is you need to be able to effectively continue getting Crystallize out to maintain the most out of like the whole niche of the build. So the cool thing too, though, is that I could possibly use Dia for the exact same, depending on how long hers lasts. Do you remember Miss Lisa, huh? Well, if you've ever failed to return a library book from the Knights of... I'm sure you remember. My question is this. What is Miss Lisa's official title in the Knights of Valonius? Librarian? Yeah. Now, for my next question, I'm sure you're familiar with Mr. Kaya. He does often make a deep impression. Here are my questions. What is Mr. Kaya's official title in the Knights of Avonius? He's the chivalry captain. Last question. You definitely met Miss Amber, haven't you? Her passion. What is her official title? I don't know. I think it's the gliding champion of Mondstadt, right? Like that's what she promotes. But I might go with the underdog pick of Outrider. Not gonna lie, I would really like because this whole Outrider aspect of things, I'd really like it if they added in another Outrider. Another Outrider character. Who is texting me? My manager. Hey, Lo, what's up?
Mondstadt welcomes you.
Oh no. He got a flat tire on the highway. Where he's the flat tire is relevant because nothing was outside playing soccer. The flat tire was a relevant topic because he's saying that like he might not be able to come into work tomorrow. But
Oh dear. Everyone's laundry is still on the line.
you know what? No offense, Saudi, but my response to that is I don't care. That is my official response. I don't build meta teams, I don't care. I am all about fun combinations. And what's fun to play. If I don't die using it, then it works. I don't speak Japanese, Lo, so I have no idea what you're saying.
I'll catch up.
Illusion shattered. Ha! Ha!
I would also argue within the nature of this game, there's no bad team as long as you build them right. This team was also recommended online. Yeah, I know it's Japanese. I just don't know what it says.
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning.
In some builds, Noelle and Ito were switched, but this was basically a almost character for character.
Thank you for complete.
Goro's the support. Raiden and Albedo are sub DPS. Noelle is DPS. And I came up with this idea, I devised this team before realizing it was actually a meta team. Oh, my day's been not bad. It's kind of weird that my manager's asking me to contact someone else, and he even sent me the phone numbers of said people he wants me to contact when he could also theoretically just contact them for me. Well, not for me, but for him. What? I'm just kind of curious as to the idea as to why I've become a middleman here. Yeah, but I benefit just fine. I have several teams. I switch between them. There's one team. There's another team. There's another team. And I'm perfectly fine. I think this is even actually one of my Genshin rules, is it? Yeah. Genshin, in the description, Genshin rule number 2. Do not tell me which characters I should not be using. I will play however I want and use the characters I like. I am a non-meta player by default in most games. That is in my rules, in my description. So please adhere to that. Oh, sorry. Innovation led to some of the most creative, like, playstyles in many games. I still remember, I forget his name, but he, when the Korean player won Evo with what was dubbed one of the worst characters in Tekken. Thanks, Saudi. You know, like, I'm not mad that, like, don't think I'm upset or anything, but, like, I don't like when people tell me how to play a game. It's in my nature. It's like, and the thing is, it doesn't even have to be you. I am like an underdog by default. When I read a guide and it says do this, if I'm just having fun, my mind just thinks, well, I don't want to do that. Right? Like, I'm inherently always drawn to the unpopular. Alright, where's Nilu? Yeah, and I took it as advice, don't get me wrong. I know you weren't telling me how to play, but it's just in my nature.
Sorry for the wait. Preparations for the celebration are finally done. I'll call everyone over, and then we can start. Let us give you a hand. Thank you. Maybe we really should have prepared a gift. Then we could also be a part of the exchange. As it is, all we can do is wait and watch.
My favorite thing is to watch, like, people playing on, like, Pokemon Showdown, and they exploit the entire metagame to use teams that just destroy the meta, but they're not good teams, right? Like, they're teams that you could never run competitively, but in the nature of the teams themselves, you know, when played in a certain way, they can basically just annihilate the meta. It's like, it's a good perspective. Diddy Kong and Brawl and Ultimate, I believe. I don't know about 4. Well, no, not Ultimate, sorry, 4. And Brawl and Smash 4. Diddy Kong is actually not a meta character. He is not a top pick. He is not a high tier character. The thing is he just pairs. He matches up so well against the top tier picks, like the higher tier characters, that is why he's almost meta. He's played frequently because he just pairs well against the good characters.
If you don't say anything, then all the hard work we put into embroidery practice would have gone to waste.
Using it as a gift, though? It really isn't that good.
So when Inaya was talking about making a prop, she was actually preparing a present.
Yeah, one sec. I gotta deal with this. No. I still don't understand why I need to send this text when he could send this text, but whatever. All right. I know. It's like he messaged me to tell me he had a flat tire, then told me I need to message another person to come in, provided me their phone number, and then when he could have just as easily messaged him himself. Like, I'm so confused on the logic here. Like, I don't mind him telling me about the flat tire because obviously, you know, I would need to know that, but it's weird. Makes really nervous.
It feels like she still doesn't really see herself as part of this community. But it looks like Nilu's trying to ease her through.
Actually, Inaya had prepared a special present for everyone before the celebration kicked off.
Woohoo! We're gonna get our first present from Miss Inaya!
Pipe down! The louder you all are, the more nervous she'll become. You've worked on it for so long, so have some confidence. Don't be afraid.
You've got this.
Is Mr.
All right,
Zubair
it's all covered. We're good.
Sheikh Zubair, this is an urgent notice from the Academia. This celebration, or whatever it is, must stop at once.
What a condescending guy. What's his deal?
Since Zubair Theater has long violated the
I think
Academia's
I've heard a
policies
quote
and
like that
orders,
before,
we
Taco.
have decided to demolish it. As its manager, you must halt all operations and dismiss all staff members within 30 days, after which you will report to the Academia
Man.
for further
When I meet a researcher like this, I just want to know if
Why force us to do this all of a sudden?
how well they study the human
This
hand,
is not the first time
because
you've
that's the
issued a
last thing
warning.
they'd see before I
Didn't
punch them
hear
unconscious.
anything about demolition the last time I asked, and now I suddenly only have 30
Like I
days?
saw a fan made
We have more
like
shows planned,
a
but it's
using
impossible to
models
do
of the
anything
characters
in
and
just
everything.
30
Someone made a
days.
fan
How am I
video
supposed to explain
of
this to my
Ether
sister?
punching out one of the
That issue
sages
is of
for
no
what he did to
concern
for what
to
they
me,
did to
Mr.
Nadia
Zubair.
or Nahida.
You seem to understand the situation quite clearly. Perhaps you can reflect on the reasons why you have failed to prepare for the scenario in advance.
Demolition? Why do they want to demolish this place?
Because they
Academia
hate
has
joy.
never liked us, and they've never respected our work. To them, what we do is all a waste of time. This isn't the first time they've come by.
Crazy, because
They had
art
asked us
and
several times in the
science
past
like
to improve the
actually
quality
work
of our
hand in hand
performances
far more than you'd
by
think.
only putting on shows they consider to be sufficiently intellectual. But our audience isn't the academia. It's the people of the Grand Bazaar. If our shows are too difficult to understand or too removed from everyday life, nobody would watch them anymore. Changing our content would not only mean turning our backs on our vision, it would also directly lead to the loss of our livelihoods.
Like there are people such as like game theory. Like this is a stretch here, but it's like they literally put real world explanations and mathematics and scientific stuff onto what is effectively a fantasy game. Can a bullet bill actually kill Mario? Well, we're never going to find a bullet that big that moves that slowly that can still stay in the air, so probably not. So it's like, you know, like there's an entire genre on YouTube dedicated to putting science on art and fantasy. And I do consider videos like that art, because art is a form of creativity and expressing yourself. And if someone wants to make a fucking YouTube video explaining whether a bullet bill can kill Mario, can legitimately kill Mario, or just generally a human being, that's pretty fucking creative to me.
Yeah, the theater is very important to each and every one of us.
The way they're doing things is so scummy.
But I also don't know how we can stop them.
I do not wish to explain everything again from the beginning. Time is of the essence, so you should act with haste instead of asking frivolous questions.
But none of us plan to accept this. Such an abrupt notice is contrary to established policy.
Ask whoever you will, the answer will remain the same. We have already given you sufficient notice.
Enough! Does your audacity know no limits, Father?
Huh? Father? Their family?
What's academia? This is all because you don't like Zubair Theater. You're just using the Academia's name to threaten us. Let me tell you, even if you manage to tear down this place, nothing is going to change. You've always been awful. But even I never thought my father would sink this low.
This is strictly business. It has nothing to do with where you are, what you do, or what you think. I hope you all have not been irrevocably blinded by folly. I will not waste more time on pointless arguments. Wrap everything up, and make preparations to shut down at once.
Ah. Why is he always like that?
This is quite the misfortune, but there's nothing we can do. That's it for today, everyone. Let's clean up.
There's
I'll
plenty
go
we
talk
can
to them
do.
again tomorrow.
It involves torches and pitchforks.
The storms that come out of the blue are always the hardest to deal with.
Sorry. I invited you thinking this was going to be a happy occasion. I didn't know that things would turn out like this.
There's no need to apologize, Nilu. No one could have.
And
seen
considering
this
the other Archons I'm friends with would all be against this, because art would be generally a form of eternity, because art is an eternal concept.
Giving you many warnings?
Yeah, I guess you could
These
say that.
rules that are very
Meaningless.
discriminatory
Knowledge is king in
are
Sumeru,
effectively against the
and
contract,
it leaves no room
the
for
fairness of a contract, and
that's how
without
it is.
choice, there's no
There's
freedom.
also no
Hey,
reason to
Pancake,
go
how you
so
doing,
far to
man?
demolish the theater.
Hope things are going well for you.
After Anaya ran away from home, I brought her here to Zubair Theater. She rarely talks about her family. All I know is that she didn't get along with them.
Excellent to hear, man.
I never expected it to blow up like this.
If you did nothing wrong, then there's no reason to listen to the academia, right?
My daughter ran away from me. This sounds like a Reddit post. Am I the asshole when I tried to destroy the theater my daughter works at because I hate it after she ran away from home because I'm an idiot, because I'm a terrible dad. Maybe not in those exact words, but that sounds like a Reddit post to me.
Nahida? You mean Lesser Lord Kusanali?
She'd probably help if she knew what was going on. No matter how nasty the academia could get, surely they can't win against Lesser Lord Kusanali.
No. I wasn't doubting her ability. I just feel like we shouldn't bother her with such a trivial problem. Plus, if the Dendro Archon were to intervene, then it wouldn't feel like our victory was earned.
That's true. Who cares? Let's just take him in a fight. That's true.
I'll try to think of something. We can't just let everyone suffer in a perpetual state of fear and uncertainty. What to do?
Can you pretend to shut down, but secretly continue to hold your shows somewhere else? Or we could go through a list of customers and try to see if anyone in there might be willing to help out. That also doesn't...
A debate? Huh. Well, scholars do love to use them to solve their problems, but...
How's the stream? The
how
stream's
would that work in
going
this case?
okay. I've not really done a whole lot. I had to pause it briefly to handle a work-related issue.
Oh, if we can prove to Inaya's father that the Academia's position doesn't hold...
I see.
I'm right now, I gotta run through a little bit of a couple story missions because they're blocking progress on my Archon missions.
Huh? Me? No. I'm the literal worst at arguments. I can't debate.
Debates aren't arguments.
Nilu, you are only so stressed out right now because you care so much about protecting the theater.
This theater holds a special meaning in all of our hearts. It's irreplaceable. But I just don't know. Can I really take on such a huge responsibility?
Sorry. I'll do my best to help.
It'll help too. You'll feel a lot more confident after doing some prep work. Believe in yourself.
Thanks, you two. Alright, I've decided. Even though I may fail, I'll do my very best for everyone's sake.
That's our Nilu. We're rooting for you.
Okay, let's head back and tell everyone what we came up with.
Inactivity serves no
Am I gonna have to
purpose
do,
whatsoever.
like... I honestly feel like it might just be better to,
Trying to best the academia in a debate is attempting the impossible. If you really want to try, I won't stop you. It's not like our situation can get any worse.
I don't think it's entirely hopeless. To Sharif, Nilu's approach will come off as naive, but that kind of frankness is exactly what they lack the most. Things might turn out differently from what you expect.
I am in favor of such a romantic feat. No playwright will turn down a compelling underdog story.
Sure, in fiction, but I'm not sure how well that will translate to reality. I'm not saying that I don't support you, Nilu. If you need my help, just say the word. Anything is better than just standing aside and watching the theater get demolished.
I'm also pitching in. Let's show the academia that we have some fight in us.
Thank you, everyone. I feel a lot less nervous with your support.
Not to rain on your parade, but my father is a real hard guy to deal with. He's erudite, meticulous, demanding, and exceedingly familiar with rigorous logic. It'll be extremely difficult to beat him in a debate. You all already knew that. But you just didn't want to hurt Nilu's feelings. But when all's said and done, aren't you hurting her just the same?
That's enough, Inaya.
Sorry, I've ruined the mood. I just can't force myself to expect a positive outcome. Nilu shouldn't have to push herself for the sake of an impossible goal.
trying to have a conversation here with someone else at the same time.
Yeah, it's way too early to give up.
What was this?
You're right, Inaya. We're up against the academia. Everyone knows
I
that
feel
they're
like
very powerful.
going to your comment about there's no Arabic language, Saudi. I feel like that's generally like and a lot of things in media. Just for localization reasons, that ends up happening a lot.
I think everyone else here feels the same way. If we're unhappy, we should speak up and let our voices be
Like, look
heard.
at some other things, like the game Sleeping Dogs. It takes place in Hong Kong. Well, Hong Kong's a bit of an exception, but they're like, think of it like the dubs of Yakuza, like the dub of Yakuza Like a Dragon, where every character's speaking English in the middle of Japan.
I also have my
Right,
own
like,
intense feelings
no
of
one,
anger and regret.
where all of a sudden everyone is fluent in English. No, that's not how it works. My favorite explanation
Yes,
was
I can.
Nostalgia Critic in his review of Sailor Moon, which was hey, it's my It's your average English-speaking town with everything in Japanese for some reason.
But since we've decided on a debate, I'll do my best to prepare for it. I'll gather everyone's thoughts and let them be known.
That is an interesting point, Pancake. You know what? You want to know what annoys me? Is that Ningguang is a 4-star. Like, I can understand because she was an early Geo character, but she is... But why is she... Like, you say that with Beidou and Kazuha, but what about Ningguang and Ketching and Guan Yu? Both Ketching and Guan Yu work under Ningguang, but Ningguang's the 4-star.
We aren't getting into a fight, but thank you for your encouraging words. I'll do my best.
Well said back there, Nilu.
I felt that I might have said a bit too much. Anyway, we better start preparing now. First, let's see what everyone thinks about the situation. Mr. Zubair, we're trying to put together a list of arguments that might be useful. Any ideas?
It won't be difficult.
And technically, anyways, Kazuha is not a part of the Crux fleet. He's sort of like just a friend of the fleet. He's not an actual member. He only listens to Beidou because he chooses to, and because she's a friend, not because he directly works under her. Though it's sort of like he mentions in his dialogue that he's indebted to her. Because she got him out of Inazuma when he was escaping.
Staying at the theater is one of us. If I can't even protect the members of the theater from outside pressure, then I have failed in my duty as a manager. In summary, you need sufficient confidence and strict adherence to the rules. At least for now, they don't have the authority to demolish the theater. As long as you double down on that point and force them to concede it, you'll gain an advantage.
Alright, got it.
I've seen many situations like this before. The academia sure likes to get its nose into everyone's business. While you prepare for the debate, I will also prepare the theater for the potential aftermath. It's best to prepare for the worst outcome. Once you're done chatting, do me a favor and tell our customers that we're canceling all of our shows.
Do we really have to?
Right now, no one's in the right frame of mind to perform. I have to consider both our staff and our customers. This is the only way. Nilu, you are incredible. With your talent and youth, you had the least to lose out of all of us. And yet you were still the first to take a stand.
I've never thought about leaving your theater, Mr. Zubair. I truly love this place, and I want to keep dancing here. I also want to keep dancing with everyone else.
You're becoming more and more like her. Do your
I
best.
hope the rumored Geo Inazuma character that's coming out. So I think the rumor is for 3.7. There's a new Geo
But she's retired
character
now.
coming out, believed to be 5-star and from
I'd love
Inazuma.
to tell you more about her.
I'm really, really, really hoping that character is a part of the other Tri-Commission. So we have Ayato and Ayaka from the Tashiro Commission. We have Sara and Heizo from the Yoshiro Commission. But there's the third commission. I forget its name, but we don't have any characters from that. And I would really like to have a character playable from that commission. In all honesty, I just want to see Genshin tease the hell out of us. I want your average Joe like Korosh here to be like an NPC in the main story. Just popping in every now and then to see like how the party's doing, but not directly involved, but still involved. And then snap of the fingers, boom, dude gets a makeover and is introduced as the next character. Just like throw people's expectations out of the water.
When the day comes,
And I'm not talking about like he's wearing a disguise.
I can't do.
I'm not talking about he's wearing a disguise. I mean, it's like he gets the vision while helping you.
Reminded me of my younger years.
And then instantly
Back then,
becomes a
I feared
playable
nothing and
character.
no one, and I was always charging into the most dangerous of places. I can't do things like that anymore, but those were some of the best times of my life.
Sorry. If the theater really ends up getting demolished, then you, Soren, and Abi will all...
It's all
I
right.
really want a
There's no
Koju
need to
Sarah
think such
hangout.
heavy thoughts.
Because I want to
Even
see
if
a
the
path
theater
where
gets
she
demolished,
hangs out with her
its
brothers.
people will still all be here. Have faith in the resilience of an adventurer. We can always figure something out.
But won't you have regrets if things just come to an abrupt end? It'd be like when you were forced to stop adventuring.
Ah, so that's what you were worrying about. Relax. I've had a lot of experience with regret. Things are painful at first, but as they say, time heals all wounds. Look at us now. Serene and Abi are happy. And Serene has also just passed his theater exam. He can start acting soon. He was thrilled because he can soon
No problem,
perform
Lo.
on the same stage as you. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for our past struggles. And would Serene have become a happier person? That's hard to say.
Are you trying to make us feel better?
Yes, but I truly do mean what I say. Being here at the theater has taught me an important lesson. The most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it. I can choose to believe that my life ended with my husband's death.
So, Lo, are you
Or I
excited
can choose to believe that
to
it was a
watch
blessing
me,
in disguise for Serene and Abi.
boys volleyball? I guess I would pick soccer out of that because I understand it a bit more, but I'd really not watch either. So, Lo,
Good
are
and
you
bad
excited
all
to
human
watch
made
me pick
concepts.
every wrong
It
car
depends on how we choose to see things.
in Need for Speed?
You have a point.
Nilu, I know
Watch
how
it
important
as I
empathy
make
is.
every wrong car
Don't
decision
be
there
so
is to
nervous.
make.
We're all here with you. The theater won't go down
Oh,
so
and Lo,
easily.
as the car guy, I need your expertise on this.
No need to thank me. If
The
anything,
experts
you
have
inspired me
said,
with your bravery.
there's video
You
evidence
know
of
how
many
it takes to
experts.
become an excellent
There's no wrong
adventurer.
car. Okay, fair enough. But I need your opinion on this. The experts have said that if you put flames on the side of your car, it goes faster. Is that true?
You're too kind. All right, I gotta cheer up. I can't waste everyone's words of encouragement. I feel a lot better.
I've never seen anyone counterclaim it.
Good. My children and I will.
I've
be
only
cheering
seen
you on
people
to the
say
finish.
putting flames on the side of your car makes it faster, but I've never seen anyone ever disprove it.
No one is allowed. Watch out, Mr.
But how do you know that?
Inaya was right. It wasn't.
How do you
after all.
know it? Like,
Nilu
have you
is a terrible
have you done
person,
some
so
speed
that's
tests?
better than-
This just came out of...
Beats me. Everyone else must all.
What's your favorite decal?
When the day comes, I'll get my.
So
anything
if
goes
you
wrong, I'll
like
have
on your
to
dream
scream,
car,
shout,
Lo,
drown out-
what would
I
you
can't-
what would your favorite decal be? I'm pretty sure it's still cosmetic in the game. I'm just kind of joking. But what would your like in your the dream car in your mind? What decal would be on the side? And even if you didn't want a decal, like what decal would you go for? Who am I supposed to talk to? I've talked to everyone. Is there someone in the fountain?
came out of...
Beats me. Everyone.
Now, you should have seen me playing GTA 5. The moment... Oh, here we go. The moment, I got my car back from my son, and he quote, pimped it out with, $sign rims, I just sat there and killed him for like 5 minutes. 5-10 minutes.
Now seems like an appropriate time to revisit it. What do you think is the meaning of art?
Oh, this again?
We probably do need to tackle this question if we want to prove the value of the arts.
Creativity and
I
expression.
don't know how to explain it, but all I know is that when my performance makes the audience happy, I also become very happy. Does that count as a meaning?
You answered him so seriously. Careful, Nilu. This guy's ramblings never make any sense.
That sounds pretty cool.
Nilu's answer far surpasses yours, and it is close to my own. The meaning
If I can replicate that in some way using 2005 video game technology, I will make the attempt. And by that I mean if there's some form of preset, because that's what 2005 tech is. It's not a 2020 wrestling game here.
Can never understand. I once pursued the mastery of art, much like how a researcher would chase wisdom and knowledge. However, the more of a connoisseur I became, the less I felt I understood. I began to question what it truly meant for art to be understood at all. I found
That's the
that
problem
I
is
could
art is
comprehend
incredibly...
even the
Art
most
does not
complex
deal in
and
facts. Art deals
sophisticated
entirely
works. And yet
in subjective
somehow,
truths.
That provided me with little solace. I remained even perplexed about this conundrum until I visited this theater and watched one of Nilu's performances.
Yeah, just entirely based beyond presets. Tell you what, if I can get a dragon decal, I'll go for it. That'll pretty much be the limit I can go for.
While those in the house immerse themselves in the wondrous ambiance. In all honesty, from a purely critical point of view, the performances here are exceedingly average.
Hey, don't say something like that.
I want your opinion on this, Lo. Just a thought here. Just a prediction.
They captivated even me.
So there are 15 blacklist members, right? And 14 of them are not the main bad guy of the game. How many pink slips do you think I'm gonna get in the game? Like, how many of those racers' cars do you think I'm gonna win?
Castle in the sky. Whether it be inspiring or entertaining, art must be appreciated by others to confer value. If art cannot accomplish that, then it is meaningless.
When you put it that way... Mr. Zubair and I refused to follow the Academia's orders to change our shows for a similar reason. To put it simply, we were afraid that our shows would lose their meaning if people couldn't understand them.
I once stood in the spotlight, but I relinquished fame and acclaim for the freedom I enjoyed.
So wait, so you think I'm gonna get 3 but only at the beginning? Like, you think I'm only gonna get 3 but between blacklists 15 to 10? You don't think I'm gonna get any of the higher ones?
There is, and that is a rare gift that should never be taken for granted. You cannot give it up, not even to the Academia.
I understand. Thank you for your words of encouragement, Mr. Kasani.
Dust the cobwebs away from the eyes.
Now, sadly, I won't have any underground data, so I don't get to start with the additional 10 grand. So I won't be able to pick the Fiat. Or no, I think I can't, and it's not the Fiat, it's the Golf. I can't pick the Golf. So I think I have to go with the Cobalt.
Is the theater actually closing?
He's been worried sick for
I think
a
the
while now.
Cobalt's the
He's
best
been
out of the
talking
base
the whole way
3,
back.
from what I remember people.
Hey,
I remember I think... I forget where the video was, but looking at the 4 starting cars, I think it might have been a speedrunner. So the Golf is the best car out of the 4 starting cars. That's what, but you need the underground save to buy it right off the bat. Then it's the Cobalt. I think it's a Pinta.
You know the answer to that.
And it's a or something like that, and a Lexus, I think it was, or something. But I think it was the like. Let me see. What are the starting cars?
If I win, we might be able to overturn things and change their minds.
And
really?
Need for
That's terrific.
Speed.
You have my full support. No doubt about that.
Wanted.
Mine too. So what was their excuse anyway? They still not a fan of the theater's program?
Yeah, the Chevy Cobalt SS is what people say is the best one. Though the Golf is considered the best if you can afford it. I picked the Punto, the Fiat Punto. That was my first car when I first played the game. It was actually my best statted car.
Don't worry. Here has your back.
But it's what's the other car that
Right. They might think that some forms of knowledge are more valuable than others, but everyone can equally appreciate art. If they don't believe that, send them my way. I got them beat on this subject.
Maybe you can prepare some questions on the details of dance performance to make things harder for them at the debate.
Sounds like a good idea. Maybe that's something I should do.
Ignore him. He's joking. Just do things your way. No matter what, we will always support you.
Thank you all so much. Your understanding and support make me feel a lot better.
the Lexus IS 300. I remember watching someone there. They're just like, if you pick this, you deserve to lose. I think that was like something along the lines of what they said. Like the car is just so bad. It's like the worst car in the game.
Starting to fall into place.
We'll see. I don't know how long this one's gonna take, and there might be a time gap between the next racing game. It depends on how I feel by the end of it all.
Abby, have you seen Miss Inaya?
No, Miss Nilo. Miss Inaya isn't back yet. Wasn't she just passing on a message? Does she really need this much time?
Oh no. Traveler, Paimon, I think I've messed up big time. What if Inaya never planned to come back?
What?
Please
It's
explain.
just a gut feeling, but knowing her, she probably feels like she's completely responsible for what happened. She probably thinks that all of this happened because she was staying here.
Oh, right. As soon as her father showed up, she said that her father was targeting her. So she's felt like that this whole time.
She has a long-standing conflict with her father. That's why she ran away from home. She doesn't think that we can win the debate, and she doesn't want to implicate us. So she thought leaving was the best thing.
Alright, well, if I can get my hands on Payback, I don't know, like, is it on Steam? It is. 86 rating. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna wishlist it. If it goes on sale, I'll buy it, and then we'll see about it in the future. I do know I have another one on... I have one on Steam. What do I have on Steam? I gave it a try a little bit, but I never actually played much of it. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. That's the one I have. I think I bought that one because you can play as the cops in that one. Is Hot Pursuit any good in your opinion?
And then she just quietly left afterward.
Exactly. She's being too pessimistic. How will you know if you don't try? And
Initial D? What about Initial D?
we have to get her back.
But where should we start? Sumeru is huge!
Oh, okay, you haven't played it?
I
I only
know.
got it because I
Let's
think
start
you
by
can
looking
play as the
inside the
police
city.
in that one.
Before I brought her to Zubair Theater, she was staying at a remote campsite. She got a fever from drinking unclean water, so I carried her back. If she has nowhere else to go after leaving the theater, she might go back and strike out on
Need for
her own
Speed
again.
Hot Pursuit launches you into a new open world landscape behind the wheel of the world's fastest and most beautiful cars. Okay, well that buyout didn't tell me anything. There's already a remastered version that is I'd have to pay $40 to get again. You can get weapons for the car. New cars, weapons, and equipment. Take down suspects with a variety of cop weapons like spike strips and call in extra support including roadblocks as the chase intensifies. Yeah, so career for the first time in Need for Speed play full careers as both cops and racers. Put the remastered. Oh, whoops. Put that one on the wish list too. But that, yeah, though, I think that's only if you're playing on the cop side of things. Man, I don't even know if I'm gonna get any how much Archon progress I'm even gonna get, because I still got to do parts of Sino's quest that's blocking me here. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. In all honesty, outside of the 5 minutes, like, literally, how much time have I put into Hot Pursuit? 49 minutes. So outside of the 49 minutes I've put into Hot Pursuit, and the restricted amount of time I put into, like, I played a lot of Most Wanted, but I never beat it. I've never played a Need for Speed game. So I'll take recommendations on what good Need for Speed games are. Like, what ones you might recommend. I might not play them all at once, but,
There are signs that someone had
racing games bring out anger in me. So that's why, like, after I beat Most Wanted, I might take a break and move on to something else.
Did you hear that?
I heard it too. Let's investigate.
It sounds like we're getting closer. The voice is coming from over there.
Yes, we're almost there.
Stay back!
It's Inaya! She's being attacked by wild animals!
Hinaya, don't be scared. We're coming to help.
Time to clean up.
Thank you. There were weren't so many big animals in this area before.
Alright.
They
Let me
chased
take a
after
look
me
for,
a long time. Sorry. I'm causing
Oops.
trouble for you again.
Why did you leave by yourself? You really don't think we have a chance at winning the debate?
No. I just thought it would take too much effort. Everything happened because of me.
Wow, Unbound got
If
mixed
I'm
reviews.
gone, then the situation will resolve itself.
You said Heat. How new is Heat? Oh, 19? Okay, well that's relatively new. I still don't really understand why it needs to be $90, but okay. But I will wishlist that as well. You know, nothing beats a $90 4-year-old game, right?
Yeah, everyone's working together towards a happier ending. No one should be singled out for blame.
It's alright if it's me. As long as the
I
theater
just
won't get
enjoyed some of the
demolished.
cop chasing. I'll tell you that once I unlock stage 4 on police is where it gets difficult.
You
Because
should
I
suffer
spent
so
most
much
of my
because of me.
time up locked. I just couldn't beat the blacklist member that unlocked tier 4 police. So I just had fun roaming around and dealing with the police on tier 3. It got to the point that tier 1 became a joke, tier 2 became a pseudo joke, and tier 3 was just fun to play around
Whether
with.
it's me or the
But once I got to 4,
you can't eat your
that's
cake
where I
and have
kept
it
losing
too.
a lot because like that's where helicopters come out, so losing the police is harder. Spike strips came out then too.
Will be my father.
Oh, it's I never lost a car. So
He's always wanted me to become
I
an
don't
exceptional
want to.
researcher and his academic successor. I tried my best to meet his expectations and did everything I could. But he still wasn't satisfied. Or rather, he had just never been satisfied with me. I'm no genius. But whenever
yeah, I
he
never made
greeted
it to
me,
5. Actually,
it's
maybe I
always
did.
as if he was asking me, why
It was with
aren't
a
you
friend's help though.
genius? Yeah, like I'd know.
So that's why you ran away from home?
At first, I thought the father would slowly come to terms with reality. But he just wouldn't stop berating me. For one exam, I earned the 3rd highest score. I thought that all my hard work had finally paid
Yo,
off.
nothing beats
That I could
toxic
finally make father feel
parental
some modicum of
behavior.
joy. I even used the embroidery skills I learned at school to make a commemorative gift for him. I thought, even this daughter can make her father happy sometimes. Right?
I see. When we were embroidering your gift before, I didn't feel like you were new at it.
Yeah. Sorry for not bringing it up. These are not
Well, I want
pleasant
to try and
memories for me.
diversify a lot. Like that's why I play Dungeons of Nebula. I would, and the thing is, I'd be continuing in that game if it wasn't for the absurd, like the absolute absurdity that was like the luck in that game.
Before, once I'd given him my embroidery and told him my score. He flung my present to the side. You think you should be proud of 3rd place? Reflect on why you weren't first. I forgot how long I'd cried for. I only remember my parents arguing. My mother also thought he went overboard. They argued for such a long time. My father eventually stormed out and slammed the door behind him. I didn't get a single sentence of apology or any words of comfort. I've completely given up. We're destined to never understand each other.
How horrible!
I don't think you can beat him in a debate. Because he doesn't even understand what kind of place
Yeah,
it
like
is. He can never understand the relationship before
a clumsy and chaotic mess was the name of the review here.
His life is devoid of camaraderie or friendship. He just wants everything to happen according to his wishes, as if the world revolves around him. What we cherish, our little place in this world, means nothing to him.
It sounds like your past has had a huge impact on you.
I understand now, Inaya.
I had more fun after cheating, trying to see how I could tactically end everything in one turn, or in the least amount of turns possible, than I did actually playing the game itself.
Everyone is free to... Mr. Zuber.
Art must...
The most important thing.
Miss Raykar has gone through a lot in her life, but she told us that she's very happy to live at the theater now. Although she ran into misfortune, it led her down a new path.
And he says, in this review, other than that, I found that even on the second lowest difficulty, the game was a little too difficult. Hey, don't at me with the get good yet. Let me explain. No matter how much I would min-max the stats so I had higher precision or put more points into strength, it would more often than not give me the lowest possible value that it could. It makes the game significantly unenjoyable when I'm constantly fumbling my hits, rolling critical fail, and taking damage on myself. Sure, the game tries to make up for this by giving you a piggy bank of bonuses when you roll poorly, but it doesn't change the fact that you eventually lose the fight if you don't start off strong enough. Again, with the number of predetermined dice rolls the game seems to have under the covers, the difficulty stacks up tenfold on all the lower difficulties. And like that paragraph I completely agree with. Like he gave it a 55 out of 100.
When I ran away from home, I swore that I would leave my family conflicts behind. But you're right. All I'm doing now is falling right back into it.
Maybe you'll disappoint
Sometime next week. I haven't figured out the dates yet.
You have a new future waiting for
And I can't yet until my manager posts the schedule. And the thing is, because of his car troubles, he won't be in tomorrow. And he won't be in Saturday.
Nothing to be afraid.
Or he'll be in Saturday, but I won't. So it might not be until Sunday that I even see the new schedule.
I can't afford to lose anything more.
So,
We have to win. The debate will not only protect Zuber Theater, but also allow me to settle things with Father.
because he made the schedule and then he said he had to change it, like almost completely redo it.
That's the spirit!
Let's go. I'll tell my father about the debate. I know him very well. Even if he looks down on us, I know how to make him accept.
All right, let's go.
If I don't even get to the Archon Quests, I'm literally just going to rename the stream. I wanted to do Archon Quests, but ended up doing story missions that blocked me.
Okay. Looking forward to your good news.
Oh no, the title will be called Roadblock Character
everything.
Stories.
The only thing left to do now is to wait until the debate. I'm not sure why, but I'm getting nervous again.
You were great, Nilu! Your words won over Inaya! Talk like that during the debate, and you'll get an easy win!
Thanks for that, Paimon. But I still feel like it'll be an uphill battle. I need to be calmer, cooler, and more collected.
We haven't broken any rules.
I'm acting as everyone's representative, so I'll need to act brave. Even if I won't... Huh? What's left?
Huh? What a strange question. Isn't a theater just a theater? Why would it need to be anything else?
Wait. You're not asking what the theater does, but what it is. Let me think. How can I put this?
Yeah. Well, I actually care about the voiced dialogue.
The most important thing.
Art must first be appreciated by...
Mr. Zubair had... Everyone is free to appreciate art. Inaya really wants to win. Mr. Zubair has been meticulously managing the theater. Not quite right. Not quite right. Not quite right. Not quite right. Ah! Got it! When we were trying to find a way to save the theater, we heard many stories not of the theater, but of the people whose lives have been touched by it. Zubair Theater is our reason for coming together. It connects us all in unique ways. In other words, it's like a bond.
A bond?
The theater provides money for Miss Raykar and her children, inspiration for Mr. Kasani, and enjoyment for the people of the Great Bazaar. It also gives Inaya shelter from her family. It has brought us together after taking care of every single one of us. And its story won't end here. In the future, many more people will come to the theater and receive its blessing. And we'll all be there for them. Our warm, welcoming community will show them the same kindness we were shown in the past. Aside from the delivery of performances, isn't this another reason for Zubair Theater's continued existence?
Yeah, that makes sense. We definitely felt that warmth during the preparations for the event. But Paimon doesn't see how this will help in the debate.
This may be his weak point.
Gotcha! No matter how strong an opponent is, they'll have to go on the defensive if pressed on a weak point.
I feel like that's another prong in our attack. Thank you so much.
Paimon also feels a lot more relieved. Let's show him what we got!
Sorry for the wait. I'm back. Things went a lot more smoothly than I expected. It didn't take long for him to accept the debate. And it's set for 2 days from now. Why are you
Of course
smiling
it's
so
2
much?
days. I swear to God, this game, it's always 2 days. Things can never happen in 3 days or a week. It's always 2 days.
We just finished our prep. Rest easy. It will all turn out well. We have to win. No, we will win, Inaya.
Fingers crossed.
$15 to $18. Yeah.
In the blink of an eye, it's already debate time! We did a lot of preparations with Nilu. Hopefully they were helpful.
Hello and welcome, everyone. I am Safwan, a scholar from the Academia, and I will serve as this debate's adjudicator. I swear to judge both parties with the utmost wisdom and impartiality. I will neither interfere with the proceedings nor demonstrate bias. I ask for both parties to stand. May the Dendro Archon also serve as a witness to this duel of wits.
Since you so desperately demand an explanation, I will expound on the Academia's stance. You may have misunderstood us from the outset and believe that the Academia is prejudiced against you. However, the truth is that the Academia wishes for every resident of Sumeru to be afforded opportunities to grow and cultivate their wisdom. Therefore, the works they consume should also possess enlightening qualities and intellectual
art
value.
does that. Do you know that in real life, some of the smartest people on the planet are artists? A lot of them are artists.
Instead of struggling
because it's the only thing they can't be perfect in. Like, look at Marilyn Manson. Dude's so intelligent that he was depressed because he didn't fit in because his intelligence was so much higher. But look at his music, right?
Can Nilu stand her ground?
Calm down, Nilu. First, carefully analyze what he said. He said that we were shut down not because the Academia looks down on the arts, but rather because our shows aren't up to their standards. However,
The most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
don't think that would make...
Art must first be appreciated by others to confer value.
Mr. Zubair has been meticulously managing the theater. Everything checks... Everyone is free to appreciate art. No form of art isn't... In your eyes, our shows can't meet the Academia's expectations. Shouldn't it be the audience who decides if a show is intellectual or enlightening? Why is someone from the Academia judging that? Also, I believe that there is no such thing as a wiser or more enlightening performance. Art doesn't discriminate, and it appeals to all. Everyone has the right to appreciate art.
Appreciation is but a primitive form of satisfaction. Guidance and enlightenment are necessary if we are to induce growth in the performers as well as the audience. This stance holds performers to a higher standard and encourages the development of the arts. If all performances are simple-minded, require little effort to comprehend, and lack any impetus for the betterment of society, then the people will not be able to develop a greater level of artistic understanding. Nurturing the populace's understanding requires a long and arduous process, and guiding this process is the Academia's true goal.
That would happen to you?
Change the topic without batting an eye. Good thing I'm prepared. If I remember correctly, what I should say here is...
I do not remember what he was saying.
The most important thing about an experience...
Art must first be...
Mr. Zubair has... Everyone is free... Inaya really... The theater carries everyone's feelings. No. No. Can't do that. Mr. Zubair has been meticulously... Someone at our theater has tried that before. He was a famed artist, but he recognized that very few people could connect with his works. I agree that art should be enlightening, but we can't pursue that goal by creating complicated works. If a work can't tap into an audience's personal experiences or feelings, then its contents may as well be a castle in the sky. What's the point of performing a show that its audience can't even follow? That would only be forcing people to watch something they don't like.
Oh wow, that's a pretty big
You
math
can only
jump.
reach that conclusion from a place of ignorance.
In that case, before passing judgment, you should first become a better dancer than me.
You tell them, Nilu.
Looks like he's back.
Do you think, Lo, do you think I should set a
As the
timer
party
for your
holding the
sister?
burden of proof, Sharif has failed to
You
provide
know,
sufficient
it's
support
been
for his
such and
assessment
such
of the
days,
quality of
hours, and
Zubair's
seconds,
programs.
or minutes and
Likewise,
seconds
the definition
since
that Nilu put forth is but her
Adri
personal
showed up
opinion.
on stream.
Neither party is the victor for this particular point of contention. Additionally, I must request that
You
both
think she'd
parties
be embarrassed
exercise
to see
greater
that?
control on their emotions.
Keep it up, Nilu! You're doing great!
Don't worry, I can
In that
still
case,
do
will
this if
speak
I
of
have
more
to.
concrete matters. The essence of this issue is that you have violated the law, so you must now pay the price for your transgression. This course of action is also completely procedurally sound. We have already contacted Zubair Theater multiple times regarding the theater's repertoire. However, you have consciously ignored our warnings, or perhaps your compliance was purely superficial. Regardless, that failure has indirectly led to the
You should
present
ask
day's
her about the
proceedings.
idea first.
That is indeed so, according to the laws.
See what
decreed by the
get
academia.
reply back to me what the
He's
what her
talking about
answer would
procedural
be.
stuff, so I need to focus on... Mr. Zubair has been meticulously managing the theater.
Art must first.
The most important thing about
I need to rethink things. The theater carries everyone's... I need to rethink things. Inaya really wants to win. I need to rethink things. Mr. Zubair has been meticulously Mr. Zubair has already provided signed copies of all documentation related to our operations. Everything is perfectly filled out and valid. Although the theater's performances don't align with the Academia's requests, the law doesn't say that Zubair Theater can be demolished only because of that reason. Demolition notices need to be provided in writing and made available to the public. Otherwise, the theater can continue to operate as long as its license is valid. Failing to follow these rules makes your stance procedurally unsound.
Yeah! That's right!
There are different ways to apply the rules. There is precedent for this. So long as this matter is
Different ways to
discussed
apply
within
the
academia,
rules.
this
God.
course of action will come
What
to
an
pass.
easy way to say the rules are what I want them to be.
27 cases of similar nature, 90% of them support Sharif's claim and position. However, the demolition process in those cases was only started after discussion at the Academia. In other words, premature notice of demolition is indeed a rash act.
That's more than enough. We've proven that the order is unreasonable as it currently stands.
Cease your futile resistance.
Nilu's definitely won this point, right?
He'll bite back.
You're right. Stay focused, Nilu.
Even if permission for demolition has yet to be obtained, it is a fact that your performances violated the Academia's policies on numerous occasions. Based on that fact, we can permanently revoke your right to perform in Sumeru.
Under the current system, it is indeed possible to immediately revoke Zubair Theater's performing rights.
That's a thing?
I figured.
Rather than protecting Zubair Theater, I surmise that your true intention is to maintain your hold over your audience and their patronage as your source of income. Without them, Zubair Theater is nothing more than... And without its performances, the theater has...
What you said isn't true at all.
Keep it cool, Nilu!
Right. I need to keep calm just a little more.
I knew it was going to be this one going into
Theater
it.
isn't simply a performance venue to us. It means more than that. It's been our home for a long time. Miss Raykar can't go on adventures anymore, but she has found a stable career and a new life at the theater. Her son, Soren, has already passed his theater exam, and he'll soon be our newest member. Mr. Kasani found a new way to look at art. He decided to stay at the theater to watch us grow. Mr. Farhad and Mr. Hushang visit even when there isn't a show going on, and they always tell us lots of entertaining stories. Even Inaya wants to stay with us, and she's starting to look forward to a new future. Zubair Theater exists for them, for every single one of us.
Perhaps Zubair Theater has provided you with a multitude of positive emotions and experiences. However, you have misconstrued something, young miss. The interpersonal relationships you speak of were established upon normal theater operations. Sheikh Zubair operates the theater for his livelihood. His employees work for their wages, and the audience comes to enjoy performances. Relationships are merely a byproduct in this exchange of interests. They may be pleasant and captivating, but they can only ever be secondary. When scholars collaborate to solve difficult problems, we freely share our knowledge and resources with one another as if we were all kin. However, this collaboration ends after the results of our work are published. The reason is simple. We are scholars, and there are new projects that await our attention.
He really doesn't think much of relationships. Paimon also thinks he did a lot of prep. He's been solid as a rock.
Sharif's argument is currently the more persuasive of the two for this point of contention. The continuance of the interpersonal relationships Nilu spoke of remains hypothetical before the theater's demolition, whereas the situation that Sharif described has been well documented at the Academia. The Academia has made significant academic contributions, in no small part due to its researchers' efficiency and ability to compartmentalize.
Oh no, what should we do? Things are going in the opposite direction.
Nilu might be setting him up.
So Nilu's got him?
Good. He said what he said. The next argument could decide this debate. But is this really the best thing to do? Inaya really wants to win. She doesn't want to lose anything else because of her... She already agreed to this. She wants to win, no matter what. Me too. Mr. Sharif believes that interpersonal relationships are a byproduct of working towards a goal. Once that goal is achieved or abandoned, those relationships would have no more reason to continue. Then, if someone has failed to live up to his expectations...
If someone has failed to live up to your expectations and ran away from home, then she shouldn't be your daughter anymore. Right?
Inaya...
Sorry, Nilu. As expected, I should be the one to say it. You don't need to shoulder this responsibility for me. If in your eyes, the purpose of my existence is to become your academic successor, then that goal has ended in complete failure. By your logic, that means there is no more reason to sustain our relationship as father and daughter.
Damn.
Members of the audience who do not belong to either debate party, please speak with caution.
Let her speak. What she does not say, Nilu will.
No matter how many disagreements we've had, the truth is that you are still my father. You're so immersed in your own world, you can't understand why we come together for the sake of relationships.
Yeah, don't look down on us.
You can watch a dance anywhere, but there's only one Zubair Theater.
I'm almost starting to feel sorry for this guy, what with the idiotic things he said.
Order! Order! Members of the audience, do not interrupt debate proceedings.
I confess that this is the final argument we had prepared. Disown me, and you will win the debate. But before that, Father, I have some final words to say. I've been doing some soul-searching. Not about whether I should have run away from home, but whether there was any point to my personal rebellion against you. I kept trying to earn your approval, but I only disappointed you over and over. The truth is, I ran away from home as a means to vent my recurring frustrations. That is to say, I was exerting pressure on you and hoping you'd give up on your lofty expectations. But by doing that, wasn't I just doing the same thing as you? I won't force my expectations upon you anymore. At Zubear Theater, I have found the life I've always wanted. I will move on from my family troubles and strive towards my new goal. But if you dare to harm this place, then I will stand with my friends here and fight against you.
This is not the time to space out, Sharif. The debate is still underway.
You already consider them to be your friends.
You should be asking us that question.
Of course we are! Miss Inaya is a really good friend.
It was a bit of a process, but we won her over.
Make no mistake. All those
Bit of
who
a
come
process,
to
but you
Zubear
know.
Theater become one of us. We will always be with her.
Such puerile simplicity. However, it is surprisingly a relief.
Wait, what are you... never mind.
They left?
Does that mean we've won?
We won?
Like, no one expected us to win.
I relaxed for a moment and I feel a little faint. It looks like he still has a place for her in his heart.
Terrific work, Nilou and Anaya. They likely won't cause any more trouble for us.
Didn't know you could get so fierce. I have a lot of newfound respect for you two.
This really took a lot out of me, though. I don't ever want to do this again.
Both Miss Nilou and Miss Inaya were so cool! Should we throw a second round of celebrations?
One second, I'm taunting Twig again.
Leave it to me. All of it. Whatever it is. What exactly is it? I didn't quite catch your request.
Just gotta find the right emoji here. What was I think I was gonna look something up. Oh yeah, no, I knew what I was gonna do. Oh, is that Chloe? Hello, Chloe. How are you? Sorry, I've been taunting Twig during this stream a little bit.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there.
Sorry, I'm renaming the stream too.
Leave it to me. All of it. Whatever it is. What exactly is it? I didn't quite catch your request.
All right, stream is being renamed from Back to the Archon Grind to Roadblock of Character Stories.
Why Huber too?
I was telling Twig about this Geo team that I'm running. Albedo, Noel, Raiden, and Goro. And she said, I forgot you had Albedo! And I said, I went, cough. I have C1 Albedo. You know that character I managed to acquire in back-to-back pulls?
Oh, it's you. Yes, I feel a lot better. The more I think back on everything, the more surreal it all feels. I don't think I could repeat what I did a second time. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. I see. You mean how fate brought me to the theater?
Sometimes it's fun teasing people.
Then I'll have to tell
Like,
you about the teacher who Mr.
mentioning
Zubeda
anything to do with my child, Miko, or Yellen pulls to Chloe.
There was a beautiful dancer, and from the moment I saw her, I couldn't look away. I thought to myself, the gods must have blessed her with such talent. But later on, she would actually smile down at me and say, just the opposite, in fact. Yeah. She said, dance is an art born from toil. It isn't a gift from the gods, but a creation by our own hands. It is a beautiful thing born from our life experiences. Whenever there is joy or something to be celebrated, people will dance. In other words, any place where people can effortlessly begin
I
to
like
dance,
certain types of teasing. Like this is harmful because it's just like it's something like neither me or Chloe have control in. Like I just have good luck, and supposedly from I think what Chloe's admitted, she doesn't have the greatest of luck. Right? It's literally something neither of us can control. So I'm just teasing her on it. It's the same with Twig.
Right. The same as what Mr. Kasani believes. I was completely moved by what she had said, so I started taking dance lessons from her. And later on, I began to dance here in her stead. Before she retired, she told me, for as long as you live, never forget what dance means to others. This is why Mr. Zubair and I never intended to listen to the academia. Even though it ended up causing everyone a whole lot of trouble, thankfully, everything worked out in the end. Although, I do have a small regret.
So, Chloe, where do you think I stand on getting Dia? Like, how many pulls do you think?
Even though she has already decided to stop fighting with her father, they never managed to have a real conversation with each other.
I think I'm at pity 5.
Before he left, Mr. Sharif looked like he had a lot on his mind.
You think one pull?
A lot of things he wants to say, but will now perhaps never get a chance to.
Now, by one, do you mean a single 1 pull or a 10 pull?
that things can change. It never hurts to have hope. You and Paimon are more than welcome to keep attending our shows. Who knows? Next time, you might see Inaya on
I think my wishing luck's so good, I'm gonna pull and I'm gonna somehow get the Fire Archon. I'm just gonna skip right past Dia and get the Fire Archon. Or the Pyro Archon.
Leave it to me. Oh. What? There it is.
Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to our newest member, Hinaya.
Hello, everyone.
She'll be dancing for us from now on, so please give her your support.
Inaya's taken her place on the stage. Oh, Paimon wonders how she'll look when she starts
So
dancing.
just for you, Chloe, when Dia's banner comes out, I will do one single one pull before I do 10 pulls in an attempt to get her.
Nilu's efforts, everyone's wisdom, Inaya's determination.
Hopefully it won't be too bad. If I fail the 50-50, I hope I get Chi-Chi, and then I'd have all the standard banners.
You do have a point there. The whole demolition thing was going overboard, but he really could have banned Nilu and the others from dancing. If he really wanted to be ruthless, he could have done some real damage, even without winning the debate. Oh well, it's not like we can understand how people like him think. Let's focus on watching the performance. Huh? Wait, look who the cat dragged in! Isn't that Inaya's father?
Oh, it's you two. I don't have much to do today, so I just came to look around this place.
Are you looking for Inaya?
No, I am simply here to watch a performance. There is no need to trouble her. Well, I was for a time. My loss at the debate caused quite the loss of face for the academia, so there was a period of unrest. I used this opportunity to suggest that my superiors temporarily suspend me from duty. Otherwise, the rumors would probably persist for even longer.
Suspended from duty?
Yes, I am temporarily unemployed. However, I now have an abundance of time, so I can afford to come here and watch a show. I admit that I do not understand the magic that this theater possesses, but my curiosity has been piqued. I still cannot forget that
if I get that, Chloe, I should. It's literally. I feel like I have to pay someone, like commission an animation of someone doing a mic drop for me and walking off stage. I think I don't have a choice.
There are no parents who do not worry about their children. I suppose she managed to hit a weak spot. Never mind. I do not have the right to say that.
Like, I like when I pulled Raiden. I pulled Raiden literally right after I pulled Ayato, right? And and in the clip, I'm just like, and that's game, set, and match. If you watch the actual, like, stream of the Ayato Raiden pulling, it's just Twig in chat, like, cursing me.
Who knows if you'll get a chance like this again?
It's just being like, fail, fail, fail!
You said you were going to make peace with your past. Show your father how much you've grown. Don't be nervous. Everyone at Zubair Theater has your back. Hey, let's go somewhere else. We should give them some space.
You sure they'll be okay?
I don't know, but I think we should have faith in them.
Ah, yes, Inaya. I have something for you. I'm still learning. It's hardly a masterpiece, but it's yours, if you'll take it.
He learned how to embroider just for her.
You don't have to take it. It's fine. Never mind.
This is actually kind of sweet.
Let's have a heart-to-heart, Father.
Like father, like daughter. They're both so awkward with their feelings.
Yeah, she probably would have snuck away as well if I didn't drag her back.
Do you think they'll be able to reconcile?
I'm not sure. A complete reconciliation may also not be the best thing for them right now. All those years of arguments and misunderstandings can't be settled overnight. It might be best if they continue to keep some distance for now. But no matter where their hearts and bodies may be, they will always be family. All I wish for them is to be able to one day tap into the warmth of that bond. Oh, by the way, everyone's really thankful to you for helping out with the debate. So, we made you a little something.
I just like this,
Hope you
the entirety of Genshin is literally like the entirety of Genshin is like, I did a little bit of side work for someone else and somehow get all the credit. Like, Nilou did the debate and yet somehow I'm getting the credit for it. It's the same with, like, the Osile fight. The Traveler is literally the only one that gets credit for that whole thing. Even though Ningguang fucking sacrificed the Jade Chamber for it. The Adepti still helped. Like, everything, but the Traveler is, like, known as the defeater of Osile. And it's like, what about the other, like, dozen and a half people that partook?
As adventurers, you two will doubtlessly travel to many more lands and see many more things. That's why we hope that your time at Zubair Theater will become a fond memory of your journey. You two are welcome back anytime.
We'll come back and watch you dance whenever we get the chance.
Thank you for being considerate.
Welcome. And there's no need to be so polite. You learned fast. Come on, take it. This is the story of you and me. It's a tale that I'll never, ever forget.
Alright, now I gotta do Sino's quest.
Someone needs assistance.
Alright, see you later, Lo. Good night.
Sino, there you are. We finally found you.
Ah, it's you two. I knew I sent
I just, like,
your presence, but I'm very.
What would you say, Chloe, if I did that one pull, got Dia, then did a 10 pull just for fun, and ended up pulling 2 more Dias in that one 10 pull. Like, the only way to beat my luck is with better luck. How do you think how, like, what would your personal reaction be to something like that?
That's right. Nabil asked us to come and check on the situation.
So Nabil told you about this? Divulging my location without authorization. I'll let it slide for now. This isn't the time for that. I see. The situation might be more problematic than you anticipated. I've already questioned several people, but gained very little information. Long story short, I was able to learn of the secret location where the canned knowledge is being sold.
I'm gonna change my title, Chloe. Instead of Daimien Kamiya Omni King, I'm gonna be Daimien Kamiya the One Pole Wizard.
It's like we're a part of the mantra. All right, sign us up.
Someone needs assistance.
I wonder, though, I'm actually curious on this. Do you honestly think, because the odds exist, that in a single 10 pull, someone has C6 to character? Like, that would require pulling them 7 times in a single 10 pull, right? Do you think that that's actually happened? Within the 2 years this game has been out, 2.5 years, whether on, like, video evidence or not, do you think that's happened at least once? That someone pulled 1 character 7 times in a 10 pull?
Whenever you need me, I'll be there.
I feel like the odds gotta be there somewhere. Be probably fucking, like, incredibly low odds. Especially when you gotta consider that, like, every alternative pull is like a 50-50, right?
They've been cracking down on us lately, so we don't have much on hand. If you see something that catches your eye, then now's your chance. There's no telling when we'll have more.
What does the academia think they're doing? Alright, I'll take these here. Let me see what else you have.
You'd be surprised if I did that. If I did that, it would be on, like, a character I'd have no intention of ever using. Like Alua.
It's all pretty ordinary stuff.
Or, not Alua, sorry, Eula.
150K.
Yeah, I was doing Nilo's quest earlier, Ayaka. I can't do Archon because Sino and Nilu's quests were locking out the quests. Locking out the quest. I just beat Nilu's. So, hello. Me and Chloe are currently discussing my luck with Genshin pulls. She's getting very upset with my luck. I don't understand why.
What is this? He's got backup now?
I'm just playing the game.
Sino works alone? I don't like the looks of this. Either way, it's gonna be a tough fight. Any ideas?
It's over. It's not like we're making a big cut anyway. I'm not losing my life here.
Did you really just give up like that?
Just like the others I've caught. We're not deep in the circle.
I asked Chloe if she saw my Yellen clip,
I have one
and
question and one question only.
she said she, like, freaked out when she saw that clip.
The pickup location is different every time. The boss tells us where it's gonna be, and that's it. We don't get a say in it. He sends someone every 5 days to bring us the goods.
And when is the next batch coming?
I still think my favorite moment, if you watch the Scaramouche Yangfei collab pulling with Twig, was the moment where Twig goes, come Come on, Genshin, please. Please just give me Skarmosh. She had just pulled catching like a couple pulls earlier. She's like, please just give me another one. And I say, what kind of absolute fool would be able to pull near back-to-back 5 stars? And then I cut to flashbacks of me constantly doing back-to-back 5-star pulls. Or near back-to-back 5 stars.
I know exactly why they didn't receive their last batch. 3 days ago is exactly when I started my investigation.
I love that edit. I was planning to make that its own video, but that worked out so well.
So they cut all contact with these dealers. When you were trying to escape, you said something about me working alone.
That's probably the most editing I've ever done on a video.
Are you kidding? We've known your name since day one in this business. The boss warned us to watch out. And
But we're talking about, like, Chloe thinks that I'm gonna get Dia on a single one pull.
I guess we never
That's
stood a
Chloe's
chance.
belief. And then I was actually discussing the odds with Chloe. She thinks I'm gonna do it, but I was saying, do you think, Ayaka, just honestly speaking, because the odds exist somewhere in the impossibility of this world, do you think within the 2.5 years this game has come out, whether on camera or not, someone in a single 10 pull went from not having the character to C6ing them? So effectively pulling them 7 times in a single 10 pull. Do you think that has happened at some point in the 2.5 years this game came out?
That's right. I won't turn a blind eye on any dangerous suspect.
Oh! Sounds like we shouldn't ever let Sino meet Dory.
I see. Anyway, I'll think of a way to deal with these two and then continue gathering.
Chloe thinks I'm gonna do it.
If you manage to learn anything, you can find me at Caravan Rebot.
What is Ning Constellation?
I don't ever want to catch
What do you mean?
lying canned knowledge again. If you possess any unusual
Oh, C1.
capsules, then you should submit them to the authorities immediately.
Okay, I got it. Just keep your nose out of my
If I did that, Chloe, like, not gonna lie, if I went from not owning a character to C6ing it, I'm pretty sure I'd have to quit the internet.
Buying canned knowledge is a deal between two.
Like, I don't think life can get better than that.
and the seller.
And watch me do it on a character like people would love C6 on. Like, watch me do it on, like, the next Zhongli banner.
As convenient and useful.
Like, could you imagine? I don't own Zhongli, 110 pull, and I C6 him.
Am I right?
Could you imagine, like, on one of the most sought-after characters in this game, I single pull C6 him? Like, just imagine, Chloe doesn't catch that stream, and then she's just watching her YouTube feed, and she sees my video. I accidentally C6'd Zhongli in a single pull. And then on the next stream, Chloe says hello, and I go, oh, hey, Chloe, and she's like, actually, and then Chloe goes, and then it's like, actually, this is Chloe's, like, insert family member here. Chloe's in the hospital right now. She had a cardiac arrest.
The academia has clearly published the potential dangers of canned knowledge. I don't like having to repeat things. And besides, I'm sure you wouldn't listen anyway.
She was just, all the while, she's like clutching her chest and spasming, and she's just muttering things about damn bastard and Geodaddy. We were scared.
All right, traveler. I need to go now.
Ha! You think you can scare me?
Traveler, why don't we go talk to Dory? She's got loads of connections and might be able to tell us something about all this. If Paimon remembers correctly, she's usually at the palace of Alcazar's.
But I'm just wondering, like, do you, like, not thinking, not with the idea that it could be me. Do you just simply think that such odds have occurred at least once in the history of this game. Crazy enough to go to a mental hospital. But like in all honesty, do you think that those odds have actually happened at least once in this game so far since it's been out? Do you think someone's actually successfully done that? Genshin odds to C6 in one poll. I love the first result I got. How many polls will it take to C6 Goro? I got the answer to that. All you have to do is attempt for Yangfei. It's not a numerical answer. It's an answering a variable with a variable. Someone did the math, and the general math is there's a 50% chance to get C6 on 252 pulls. About 99% is 485 pulls. It can cost up to $1,400 to C6 a single character at most. No, people are just talking about like the general odds of C6ing. No, I wanna see like what's the C6 on a single pull. That odd doesn't exist. I think the second favorite reaction though is when Twig was like, "Okay, so I'm just gonna do a single 10 pull." Oh, 5-star, and Twig just goes, "What the fuck?"
Someone needs assistance.
Oh, God, I love Twig. Twig's great.
I see. So that's the latest scoop. Good thing you didn't rat me out. Otherwise, who knows where I'd have to be hiding to avoid attention. No idea. Sorry. I've already cashed out of the canned knowledge business. Huh? You mean you stopped selling it? That's right. With so much canned knowledge flooding the market, it was becoming impossible to fetch decent prices anymore. Besides, it seems that group of smugglers has practically taken over the market. It's a little rule of mine to never fight for a share of someone else's market. If I'm gonna make Mora, it's gonna be the lion's share. Plus, with regulations getting as tight as they are now, I figured I might as well just hang it up. Sounds like we came all this way for nothing. Well, not completely. Granted, I don't know who's behind all the smuggling activity, but since you didn't sell me out, I'll let you in on what I do know. After all, those smugglers have really crossed the line, butting their way into the market like that. I hope their luck runs out soon so that I can take over. I mean, so that the industry can become more...
I can just imagine Chloe in a mental hospital foaming from the mouth.
Make more business for yourself.
Just muttering things about Daimien and Too Lucky and...
Don't underestimate its value. Think about it. You can gain all sorts of knowledge while bypassing the troublesome process of studying. Naturally, that makes it a product worth a high price. Of course, not everyone needs...
To be honest, though, I can't tell, though, Chloe, who would have the worst reaction. You or Twig? Just to, like, I can picture your reaction. I really wonder, it's like, I'd just be like, so... Twig, I did a single 10 pull on the Zhongli banner and I C6'd him. Thoughts? And she'd be like, no, you didn't. And then I'll make sure to take a screen cap and I'll be like, And be like, pics. I got the receipts.
Even when it comes to my own business, I have to go through a lot of preparation before I put anything out for sale. But with canned
I think if that
knowledge,
happened,
one may
Twig would
simply
like wish on me like a fallen star. Like a shooting star. Like, I think for that to happen, I'd have to be luck incarnate. Blessed by the goddess Tyke. Or is it Tyke?
Very hard to forget.
I believe it's Tyke,
This
right?
means that if the knowledge is flawed, then it'll be very difficult to correct. And second, excess use of knowledge capsules over an extended time diminishes your ability to think. You'll end up becoming like a library that can only store knowledge. Oh, that does sound pretty dangerous. Traveler, you used canned knowledge before. Did you feel any negative effects?
Not in particular.
Of course, using it sparingly is not an issue, which is exactly why I used to sell it. It's just like how medicine can be used to cure diseases, but can also do harm when overused. It all comes down to balancing the right amount. Anyway,
The Omni King is already developing worshippers.
smugglers is left unchecked. And what's worse, you're playing right into their hands.
My favorite, another fun thing too, was Twig. She sent me this video of someone prepping like this whole like ritualistic process to pull a banner character, and I just go, oh, there are people that do stuff like this. I just pull on the banner. And she goes, and I think she like replies like ...
With the treasures inside, one can see beyond life and death. But any research of the ruins is strictly banned by the academia. Word on the street is that there'll be an auction taking place in the desert. They're auctioning rare candy.
I still think though credit to the best was Lori Magistus, who full on put on a wedding dress to stream pulling C6 Wanderer and rank 5 of his weapon.
I'd wager that their real target is the Court of Desolation.
And is it Patrick, like the Wanderer's voice actor, literally respond, like he commented on that, like she interviewed him. I remember seeing a video, it's like proof Genshin voice actors can sing, and it showed like, and the thumbnail was like Patrick and Wanderer and an arrow pointing to Patrick. It's like, can sing? It's like, of course Patrick can sing. He's a Care Bear. Does it feel odd to say that Patrick voices the Wanderer but also a Care Bear? Because I feel like it's kind of mind-boggling when you see both ends of the spectrum like that.
Because studying those ruins is not just a simple matter. It requires knowledge spanning several fields. So, if they're aiming to quickly assemble a research team, canned knowledge would be the best solution. As for the auction, chances are they're trying to attract and scout out anyone with interest or expertise on the subject.
Yeah.
On the other hand,
Patrick, his two biggest roles right now are Care Bear and Wanderer. I think he's Care Bear in the current show. Let's see, Patrick Genshin.
We might find some leads there. That's right. And now that I've shared all that valuable info with you, it's time to introduce our limited edition desert travel kit. It comes complete with a map straight to the auction location.
Yeah, that's a different. Sorry, I might be thinking of, let's see, Wanderer. Voice actors, yeah, Patrick Pedraza. He's the voice of Good Luck Bear. In the newer season, the newer Care Bears, In the newer version of Care Bears. He has like other roles too, but like those are I think his two biggest roles is Good Luck Bear and Scaramouche.
As I said, I also have to make preparations before I sell things, right? Now, let me consider how much I should sell this for. I've got it! 500,000 mora per kit! That's quite the bargain. We'll even offer a 50% discount for Little Paimon's travel kit. Only 250,000 mora. What? That's super expensive! No need to worry, little one. Sino's the one heading this investigation, isn't he? I'll be sure to bill all the expenses to him. All you'll need to do is tell him to go to the Merchants Guild and pay the bill once the mission is completed. Just, be sure to not send him directly here, though, okay? That would leave me completely in the open. I'm sure the General Mahamatra of the Academia would never leave any debt unpaid, and I can only imagine the funds he's allocated for investigations. Oh, maybe I should charge him more. We'd better get going. If Dory keeps at it, we'll be out of mora.
It's kind of I always like, you know, like various, like hearing various voice actors and stuff. It's always interesting to see their ranges and stuff. Like, especially when it's even in the game. Like, I'm pretty sure Bennett and Venti are voiced by the same person. I know for a fact Ayaka and Catherine are voiced by the same person. King of the world. Queen of the world, whatever, depending on your perspective over character versus... I don't know. To be honest, I think if that actually happens, Twig will never speak to me again. Like, let's actually check the shop. I want to see where do I stand on wishing? Like, I actually want to know. Based on the Yellen poll. So there's Yellen. Yeah, so I'm at C5. Did I get a 5? Yeah, Mona. I got C1 Mona on the last banner. Oh yeah, here's the fun. So this one here, Chloe, was my, or not this one, sorry. This one here. This was my C6 Seiyu. So let's have a fun point and count how many Rosarias were in between this Seiyu and the previous one. Hell, I even got Calais and she wasn't even on banner. But let's count, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 Rosarias in between the Seiyus. Now let's count how many Seiyus there were in total, or Rosarias. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15 Rosarias. I pulled enough Rosarias to C6 her twice. And I was already at C1 Rosaria when I started pulling on this banner. It honestly, not gonna lie, Chloe, I know you weren't there for that stream. The fact that it was only 15 is shocking to me, because it felt like 37. I even pulled 2 Rosarias in the same 10 pull.
I won't ask how you came by this intel.
Every single fucking 10 pull was either a goddamn weapon or Rosaria. I'm not even joking.
That the Court of Desolation contains treasures from the time of King Deshret. Is that true?
Partially. It was a secret place built by a dark sect from the.
But going for C6 Seiyu, aside from getting me, you know, half a dozen more Rosarias, I did get Sara, who I did not pull trying to get Ayato, and then I got C1 Ayato. So.
Price of entering. They are not some ordinary ruins. So the academia has strictly prohibited any related research. However, if they are using the canned knowledge as a way to move...
Oh, I do use her. She's on one of my teams.
Then I suppose
she's my goat. I think she's the only cryo user I have on a team. She's, as much as I love Chong Yun, she's probably actually my favorite cryo user right now. I love how she has, like, that warp attack, and I love her burst. Like, I actually like almost everything about her playstyle. She's fast, strong, and super fun.
Less in recent years. But there are always those who attempt to do so. Both inside and outside the academia. After all, legends claim that whoever obtains the treasures inside can see beyond life and death. Or even... resurrect the dead. Death is often the greatest grievance for many people. Though they're fully aware that the chance of these rumors being true are slim, they hold tight to such fantasies and pursue them regardless.
You don't even have her. I think I got her by accident the first time. I think I got her off for standard originally.
On top of that.
And I never used her because I was using Chong Yun at the time. When I got her, I was still running my Barbara, Chong Yun, and Razor Core with either Bennett. I don't know who it was, but it was either Sucrose, Bennett, or Noel in the top slot.
Good. We'll go investigate. But before that, We'll have to get rid of these people tailing us.
Huh? People tailing us?
That's right. Let's begin to leave town and see what happens. I'm sure they'll reveal themselves as soon as we make a move. Don't worry. I'll make short work of them.
That's Sino for ya. But we can lend a hand too, you know.
Let me switch to the loadout I have her on. Because I know I'm about to get into a fight, so... She's actually the DPS of this team. Like the primary damage dealer anyway. I'll probably start with Fischl though. Since I gotta summon Oz.
Hold it right there. Heading to the desert, are we? I would think twice if I were you.
Huh? Who are you?
That doesn't matter. All you need to know is that someone wishes to inform you that it's not too late to turn back. You must be Sino. I've heard a lot about you. You've got quite a reputation. But this time you're in over your head. Unless you turn around right now, I'm afraid that even you won't return unscathed. And as for you two, why bother sticking your noses in trouble that doesn't even concern you, hmm?
And knowledge is becoming a problem here.
We won't just sit back and do nothing.
Ha! Have you really thought it through? You're not just doing this for recognition, are you, Sino? My employer said that he's willing to compromise as long as you just walk away. He could, for example, reduce the amount of canned knowledge on the market. I'm sure.
Alright, we'll see you later, Chloe. Thanks for dropping by. Good luck on your test.
On top of that, he's willing to give you a cut of the profit. So you see, you get both Mora and a boost to your reputation. I can't think of a reason why you would pass that up.
Is that so? Well, I can't think of a reason why I'd accept. I've heard enough. Get out of my way.
Sorry, no can do. We're getting paid to ensure you disappear. Since you won't turn back willingly, then we're gonna have to make you go back.
Alright, time to fight.
New punching bag.
Here comes the catch.
Shiver.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Lucky today.
Teamwork is dreamwork. You can't run.
Come on, coward.
Nowhere to run.
Get out of here. Out of the way.
Busted. Game's up. Time's over. Adventure time.
This doesn't change anything. You're in over your head, Sino. There will be others coming for you. You'll regret it. Let's get out of here.
Can we follow them?
No need. Even if we apprehend them, there'll be little information to gain. Besides, it might also be a trap. I apologize for bringing you into this dangerous mess. Just being associated with me will inevitably cause you to become targets as well. You should be careful from now on. sleep with one eye open.
Wait, hold on. There's no way anyone could sleep without closing their eyes. Right?
You'd be surprised. Anyway, just be careful. Mercenaries are never quick to forget. In their line of work, even a single failure is bad for reputation. They may even stay hidden in some dark corner for a very long time, waiting for the right moment to ambush you. They'll do anything to keep their prestige intact. Yes. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was carrying out a mission with one of my superiors. I didn't have much experience at the time, and I let my guard down after we had closed the case. We ended up being attacked by the remainder of the mercenaries. My superior was injured while protecting me, and we struggled to gain control of the situation. I've become more vigilant ever since, staying alert even while I sleep.
Whoa! Who could have seen that coming? Was he okay?
He survived with a fractured wrist. It took 2 months for him to recover. But luckily, there weren't any further complications. Last year, he transferred to an administrative role for personal reasons, and no longer participates in live missions. His name is Taj Radkani, a very well-respected Matra. You'll have the chance to meet him someday. Anyway, our mission will be dangerous. I'm already used to such grueling conditions, but I don't want to see you two get hurt.
Don't worry, Paimon will stay alert. We'll see danger coming a mile away.
Good. Don't worry. It won't be long till we're at the bottom of this. And once this is all over, I'll sweep away any other hidden dangers.
Kind of multitasking when the dialogue's playing. Because it's not like I really need to comment anyways, so. Let's go to the team of my boy. I'm in the desert anyway, so this is beneficial because, yeah, so since I moved Raid into the other team, I put Miko on this team. She's still, she's a good off-field Electro that just simply isn't, like, I can't think of anyone else to put that's a good off-field that isn't her. Like, I want someone that has a good off-field skill. Like, that's what I want. Maybe Shinyan, but she has to hit 2 targets for it to count. Like, that's why I'm, you know, and you got Zhang Lin too. That's why I'm excited about getting Dia and potentially Shinha. Because from what Twig says, Shinha is a good off-field cryo. Come on. I got a lot of tabs open and trying to find them, but I have so many tabs open on my laptop that there we go.
We still have a long way to go, so you'll need to hang in there for a while longer. This is not a good place to rest anyway.
Okay. But don't you feel hot too, Sino?
Of course, but I'm accustomed to these conditions.
Care to share any tips? Paimon's about to melt away.
Just try to stay focused. Use your willpower to support your mind. The moment you start to give in is when you'll feel more tired. Take one step after another. Don't let your mind perceive your body's limitations. We must get somewhere safe before we can relax.
Okay, if you say so. But where would be a more safe place to rest? Paimon thinks this is a perfectly safe place to stop. Just look around, it's just sand and desert. There aren't any monsters for miles around. Whoa! Where did these scorpions come from?
Watch out. Something's not right about them.
Emerge. Right now.
Rest and rebuild!
Gears of the storm!
Well, Paimon really didn't expect to see those here.
Those weren't just normal scorpions. See? There are marked numbers on their pincers. They were raised by someone. Someone doesn't want us to show up at the auction. These scorpions were sent to keep us away. We are surrounded by desert as far as the eye can see. If we were killed out here, nobody would ever know.
This place is super dangerous. Good thing we didn't let our guard down.
Something's not right. There are no roads in the desert, so how could they know where we are? Stay still. Here's the answer. They must have planted this on you.
Huh? What is it?
A miniature tracking device made by the Ksharawar. They can use this to discern your approximate location. But this device wasn't licensed for mass production. Where did they get it? Could someone from the Ksharawar also be involved? But that doesn't seem right.
Whoa! Paimon never knew that kind of thing even existed! Why would it be on him?
They probably planted it on the Traveler during our fight with the mercenaries earlier. It was a frantic fight. It's only natural you didn't notice the device.
Well, good thing you were able to find it, Sino. Now let's get rid of it.
No. Hold on to it for now. It might still be useful for us. Let's keep heading to the auction. It would be dangerous to linger here any longer.
Oh, wow.
Weird. Is this where the auction is?
There's nobody here.
Yeah, not a single soul. Maybe they're on break right now or something.
We didn't waste any time getting here after we defeated those mercenaries. They shouldn't have been able to give any warning of our arrival. But even so, they still knew we were coming. Someone here must have been watching the tracker and warned everyone to clear out.
Aw, what should we do now?
We searched the area. They couldn't have moved all the knowledge capsules so quickly. There might still be something left for us to find.
Alright, let's take a good look around the area.
Prince.
Did you find anything?
No, nothing in particular.
It's possible there weren't many knowledge capsules containing info about the Court of Desolation, so they carried those off. But don't worry. I have another idea. You two start heading back the way we came. I will remain hidden here. Come back and meet me here after some time has passed. I'm sure something will come up by then. They packed up in a hurry and didn't have time to carry off all their goods. They won't just leave them here. Once they think we've left the premises, they'll be back to pick up their belongings. We just need to make sure the tracker goes far enough from here to make them assume that it's safe to come back.
Oh, Paimon gets it! We'll lure them out because they'll think we've left! Okay, we'll start heading away and leave this place to you.
Yes, and don't worry. If they dare to return, I'll make sure they stay.
Ugh, so tired. We've probably gone far enough now, right?
Yes, far enough.
Let's rest for a little while before we go back to find Sino. It's probably about time for us to head back to the auction. Let's go. Maybe Sino's finally found some leads.
Or maybe Sino's given a couple fools a concussion.
Right now, right here.
Hold the line!
Bring it on!
here.
Whoosh.
Too late for regrets. Emerge. We'll see about that. Here you go.
Use.
Thank you, Madame Farazan.
Yeah, I'm probably not doing any Archon today, but
Oh, looks like Sino caught someone. So you're the bad guy behind all this, aren't ya? All right, tell Paimon everything you...
I didn't act immediately when he showed up. Rather, I laid low and observed for a while instead. He is not the primary instigator, but he is most likely one of the more important dealers here. Am I right?
Yes, impressive. You certainly live up to your reputation, Sino. If I had any idea you were still around, I wouldn't have gotten so greedy.
Huh? Greedy? What do you mean by that?
Once everyone knew you were coming, all the canned knowledge dealers abandoned their goods and fled at once. Obviously, there wasn't time to pack up everything. Since all the goods were just left here unsupervised, I thought I'd use the opportunity to come back and take what I could. You know, free merchandise is good business, but... I suppose there's no use explaining it now.
You must know who's manufacturing and selling the canned knowledge, correct? Will you tell us willingly? Or do I need to make you talk?
No, I'll talk. But before that, perhaps we can take the conversation elsewhere? If we stay here, chances are that someone will see me with you. That would put both me and my family in danger.
All right. Where do you suggest we go?
How about my home in Aru Village? It should be safe there.
Fine. Let's head out. You can throw away the tracker now, traveler.
Listen, buddy, you better not try to trick us.
there we go. Now I can do the Archon quest. I wonder why, like, the Nilou one let me go all the way through. You know what? That was probably because... I bet you anything... I can do a survey. Okay, well... The survey's in-game? Okay, well... I'll do that. I'll do that another time. It's probably because Sino's quest was also blocking it. So, with Sino's quest blocking it, Nilou's couldn't unblock it, so it just let me just go straight through Nilou's.
Like you're awake. Yep.
Good morning, Kali.
I prepared some breakfast today. Please have a taste. I hope you'll like it. It's nice to have you here so we can eat something yummy. Well, now that I've recovered from Alizar, I'm feeling better than ever. I can even prepare 4 or 5 meals a day now. And Paimon bets they're all
a letter for you after you went to sleep last night.
Paimon hasn't already read it.
I wanted to read the letter with you after you woke up, so Paimon didn't open it. All right, let's read it now. Oh, it's from Nilu. Ahem. We're going to hold a feast at the Grand Bazaar and celebrate Cyno's reinstatement as the General Mahamatra. As heroes of Sumeru, please be sure to attend. I'll wait for you. The date of the banquet is written on the back. It's in 2 days.
Oh, I've also heard that you've become heroes here as well. That's amazing. Sometimes I'm really envious of strong and confident people like you. Oh, you're embarrassing me.
Anyway, let's go to the Grand Bazaar to have a look.
Oh, before you leave, be sure to inform Master Tainari.
Good morning. How do you feel today?
We feel much better. How about you?
How's your wound?
I'm recovering well. Thanks for asking.
But from the looks of it, you seem to be already busy with work again.
It's fine. I'm not that busy, really. The Elazar patients have recovered, as well as Hypatia. For now, I only need to tend to my Forest Watcher duties.
It seems once Irminsul started getting better, everything else started to recover too.
Yes, but there are still some residual effects. The Withering is one example. Though it won't spread anymore, the existing zones won't just disappear. We Forest Rangers will still need to do the work.
Appreciate that's a lot to ask.
We have some good news. Cyno got his position back.
This news is hardly new. He had already mentioned it to me before.
Huh? You mean he was already here? Why didn't he come to say hi to us?
He visited once, but he was afraid of disturbing you while you were resting. He just asked me a few questions and left.
Then you probably already know all about the celebration feast.
Celebration feast? No, I haven't heard anything about that.
Huh? But didn't Nilu say in her letter that they would celebrate Cyno? He didn't tell you?
Perhaps, or alternatively, he doesn't know about it either.
Come to think of it, Cyno doesn't seem like the type who'd enjoy a celebration feast.
I guess Nilu's only planning to telling him when festivities are underway.
We're Cyno's close friends. Why don't you come to the feast with us?
Kala has taken over some of my tasks these days. I don't think she'll have time for it. Not to mention me. You see, some VIPs have come to the forest recently.
Huh? VIPs? Very important Paimons?
Well, technically speaking, they are former VIPs. The sages involved in recent incidents have begun their training in the Avidya forest, and the people they had previously imprisoned have all been released.
Huh?
Yes, he's a little weak, but he isn't injured and his condition is stable. Lesser Lord Kusanali, in her boundless mercy, has decided to spare Azar and the other wrongdoers. Supposedly, they were ashamed of their shallow ideologies and have decided to dedicate the rest of their lives to cultivating wisdom in the Avidya forest. When they learned that Lesser Lord Kusanali had defeated the Balladeer and saved Irminsul, they were shocked at first, but also became happy, feeling that the sacred light guiding them on the path of discovering wisdom had begun to shine once again. As a result, work has increased for the Forest Rangers.
That sounds really exhausting.
There's nothing we can do, really. But that's another topic. Back to the matter at hand. Are you two planning to head out?
Ah, right! We're here to request permission to head out. Would that be okay?
You've recovered well. You may go, but be careful.
Yay! Will do!
Let's head down to the Grand Bazaar.
Well, there won't be any problems if the feast starts at that time. Everything has already been prepared.
Mr. Zubair, I finished tallying things up here. Well, except for the guests.
Is a simple reply really that much to ask of our guests? It's affecting our arrangements.
Oh, it'll be fine. Besides, it never hurts to get things ready in advance.
I was thinking the same thing. The feast will be held sooner or later, right?
Hey, Nilou!
Traveler, Paimon!
We got your letter, so here we are!
You're the best! The other guests haven't even replied yet.
Huh? Are we the only ones that have arrived?
Yeah, I had someone deliver letters to all of our guests. But maybe everyone is still busy with other things.
Look, I get it. Sumeru is in an extremely important period of transition right now, but even if your friends are important figures, they shouldn't just ignore your request like this. Nilou is Sumeru's #1 celebrity after all.
I doubt. Not necessarily, like, not to discredit Nilou, but, you know, you also have, like, high researchers.
You have no idea how happy I am to talk to people with good taste.
If you consider enjoying Nilou's dances having good taste, then almost everybody has good taste. Because Paimon thinks everybody will love her performance.
That's right. We all think she's a... Nilou is an absolute favorite among those of us who frequent the Grand Bazaar.
Kindly look away.
Master Zubair, let's have a vote for the most outstanding audience members next time. I think these two may win.
Nonsense. It is not for us to determine the value of an audience. But indeed, we could try giving gifts to people with particularly good taste. I heard there's a device in Fontaine called a camera that can record people's appearances as pictures. Such pictures would make superb gifts.
Ooh, good idea. I wonder where we can find one.
I don't want you giving pictures of me to everyone. I'm satisfied just being able to perform here.
There's always a lot going on at the Grand Bazaar.
Yeah, and that's why I love it here. Traveler and Paimon, could you help confirm if the letters were actually delivered? If for some reason they didn't receive the letters, then...
Yeah, we can also check out how everything in Sumeru is going now.
When I wrote the letters, I heard that Dia was in Port Ormos, and Alhaitham was at the Academia. As for Sino, we've only heard that he appears at the Academia from time to time. I'm not too sure about Ramon's whereabouts. My guess is that he's with Dia. As for Dunyarzad, I just hope she's feeling better. I sent her a letter, but I was afraid of disturbing her. If you have time, please ask about her for me.
Okay, got it. Let's go, Traveler.
All right, let's climb up. This is my fastest traveling team anyways, because I got 2 Animos. Less stamina consumption.
seen Alhaitham anywhere. Let's ask that person over there. Hey there, have you seen Alhaitham around?
Yes, it seems Scribe Alhaitham has gone to the House of Dana. You should be able to find him there. But you're already the second group of people I've seen looking for him today. He must be quite the busy man.
Oh? Who else was looking for him?
Mr. Cave was just here asking about him. You wouldn't believe how terrible their relationship is. And now you two are here. Don't tell me everyone's here looking for gossip about the sages.
No, not at all.
No way. We're strictly here on business.
Ah, I see. Sorry, I thought maybe everyone's as interested in rumors about the sages as I am.
Last time it was like this library, like I know it's very similar in design and stuff, but it's just giving me Guild Wars 2 vibes. Because of what's her name? Cormier's library. From Crystal like where you went in Crystal Desert.
Alhaitham should be around here somewhere, right? Oh, he's over there! But it looks like he might not have time for us.
Just put down that worthless book and tell me what happened in the academia.
This is not just some worthless book. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find a physical book like this in Sumeru?
It doesn't matter. It's probably just another thing that you used your authority
I'm still in the
to get
room.
your
I'm
hands
just
on
getting
anyway.
something from my fridge.
Just put it aside. Listen, I came back today only to hear that the sages have disappeared.
Oh, you sound surprised. I thought you would already know the inside story.
Would I be here asking you if I knew? You're the scribe, not me. So just tell me what you know already.
Well, I almost became a sage.
Huh?
Oh, don't sound too surprised now. You're the renowned Kave, light of the Kashara War.
I still think that you should have
Besides,
become a sage.
as a
I
master
think everyone
builder
that
and
helped
craftsman,
should have become a sage.
chances are you'll be appointed as a sage too.
Why do I feel like you
But
don't really
like
mean
not exclusively academia related sages. Like he could have been a sage of the academia, but Sino would have been more one like the sage of justice, like go with titles instead of just sage. Dunyazard could have been like sage of like friendship or sage of community. Because she liked to look after the town and its people.
Arrogant attitude always gets in the way.
It seems that you really can't stand my personality.
Ha! What was your first clue?
And then You know, you
Well,
got
then
the
you might as
sage
well
of
leave our house. Are you
Nilu
threatening
could be
me?
the sage of art.
Stooping to a new low, I see. Ugh, and don't change the subject. You, a sage? What a joke. The academia might as well just close tomorrow.
Are they having a fight?
Let's see how this plays out.
Forget what's going on with the academia. Haven't you been busy with your construction project? Tell me, when are you going to build yourself a mansion?
Don't get me started. I get angry just thinking about it.
So, what great building did our master architect work on this time?
Like I need to tell you. Keep your nose out of my business.
No, I think we deserve to know. Where were you when Sumeru needed you most?
I was in the desert for a large project, but considering Haravatat's utter ignorance of architectural and aesthetic matters, you probably wouldn't understand. Which is truly unfortunate. I can only pity the man who doesn't understand the first thing about beauty and romance. Unlike a true... hold on, wait a second. What do you mean by when Sumeru needed me most?
Well, while you were out fiddling around in the desert, many people came together to save Sumeru from a crisis.
Ha! And you think I'd believe that?
Look, all you really need to know is that Azar and all his accomplices have all been overthrown.
Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?
It's no skin off my nose if you don't believe me. It's not like my Darshan was the one trying to apply for funding from the Grand Sage. Yours, though, on the other hand...
You know what? I'll ask around. I'm sure someone knows what's going on here. You're dead if I find out you're lying to me.
Oh, it's you two. What's the matter?
We're running some errands for Nilu. Have you received her letter?
Letter?
Nilu said she sent out a letter inviting everyone to a celebration feast in 2 days at the Grand Bazaar. We'll also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra.
If she addressed the letter to all Hatham of the Academia, then the letter should have gone to my office. I've been busy these days, so I haven't had time to check for any new mail at my office. I only now have some free time to attend to personal matters.
Have you always been so busy with your work?
Of course not. I'm only busy these days because several sages have been dismissed recently and the whole academia was practically turned upside down.
Kainari told us they all went to train in the Avidia Forest. Apparently they will spend the rest of their lives there.
That is already the best possible ending for the likes of them. 4 of the 6 great sages were possessed by their desire for power and attempted to create a new god. In order to pull it off, they even imprisoned the other 2 rational sages. To imagine such things could take place in the academia. I don't know where to begin.
The 6 great sages sounds pretty powerful.
You're right. Huh. Feels kind of strange to hear them called that after all this time. But then again, the 6 great schools sounded pretty impressive too.
Yes, at least that's how they're supposed to sound. It's said that when the academia was first founded, the Dendro Archon herself established the 6 great schools, each representing one of the 6 different types of wisdom. Numerous Darshans have sprung up and faded. Only the 6 Darshans, attaching themselves to the 6 great schools, have stood the test of time and obtained permanent seats in the academia. Now, the 6 Darshans are nearly synonymous with the 6 great schools, and the leaders selected for the schools are the 6 great sages. Among the 6 great sages, there is one central leader, the Grand Sage. Unfortunately, only the sages from Vahumana and Amorta remain now. They were imprisoned for opposing Azar, and were only rescued after Azar's downfall.
So who's managing things in the other 4 schools now? Do they need to find someone new?
Yes. Normally, new sages are selected based on a strict set of criteria.
Oh, didn't you just say something about becoming a sage? If they pick you, then we'd have a huge connection in Sumeru.
Cameron has a point.
Yes, about that. You didn't let me finish my sentence. The person in charge of personnel affairs nominated me to be the Grand Sage in place of Azar and help Lesser Lord Kusanali manage the academia. But I refused.
Huh? But why? Can't you be a little more ambitious?
I'm not even interested in being one of the 6 great sages. Like I said before, I don't like being a leader.
Oh, all right. So are you busy these days trying to find others to take the job?
That's not my job either. I'm only responsible for handling important affairs within the academia before the new sages take office.
You're still a leader now.
And the first thing I'll do is reject Kasharawar's application for funding.
By the way, who was that other person just now? Is he your friend?
Do we look like friends?
Paimon doesn't know. That's why Paimon's asking.
His name is Kaveh, my roommate. You could say he's the representative for Ksharawar scholars. Which is exactly why he always has so many problems.
So everything that's happened recently must be a huge change for the people of Sumeru.
Thanks for your hard work these days.
Such is the work of the Academia Scribe.
Well, anyway, no matter how busy you are, since you are our planner, remember to attend the celebration feast in 2 days.
All right, I'll see you there.
This is Port Ormos. Now where could you...
Is that Paimon I hear?
Huh?
Oh, it's been a while. How are you doing?
Dunyarzad! It's been so long since we've seen you!
I understand what like the sages are meant to be, but I'm talking about like on a grand scheme, like, because Sumeru is more than just the academia, right? There's a lot in regards to Sumeru.
I'm doing well. I can go as far as saying I have never been happier in my entire life. I don't know if you've heard, but Elazar has completely disappeared, and all the patients have recovered.
You kidding? Knowing them and the connections they've got, I'm sure they've heard about it. That's right. My lady is feeling.
What do you mean
better
didn't
now,
expect
so
to
I'm
see you here?
accompanying
You were
her for a walk.
specifically told this is where she'd be.
Call me that, Dia. You've already informed my father of your resignation.
I guess I'm just used to calling you my lady. Old habits die hard.
Resignation? You mean you're quitting?
Yeah, I might start losing my edge if I keep being a bodyguard for the Homayanis.
You know that my parents and I are fond of you, and that we appreciate you very much. It wouldn't be a problem if you wish to continue to be our bodyguard.
I'm not a woman that's easily persuaded. You should know that by now, my lady. When I took this job, I had already decided that I'd quit as soon as you'd recovered. It's time for me to get back out there and chase that horizon.
So what are you gonna do now if you're not gonna be a bodyguard anymore?
I want to take a risky job and put my body to the test again.
Huh? But we literally just finished one of the most dangerous jobs ever! Are you getting bored already?
I know. If I hadn't joined in that plan with you, I wouldn't have come up with this idea. I guess I still get fired up by that feeling of going all out in a fight. It made me realize that I'm still a mercenary through and through. Life is short, and I'm happy that I got to be a part of that operation. But the whole thing also made me realize that there are still many problems in Sumeru. And as a desert dweller, I'm still not completely ready to settle down on this side of the wall.
Well, I remember a friend had someone bring you a message.
You mean I'll hate them? I didn't expect him to still remember that. I thought he was joking.
We just came from talking with Alhaitham at the Academia.
Did he tell you that he suggested that I come work at the Academia?
What?
We didn't hear anything about
I
that.
heard that Azar and his cronies fell from power, and Alhaitham told me that now was a good time to find a job in the Academia, but only if I wanted to.
Whoa. Paimon can't see you being anything other than a mercenary.
Me neither. Oh, but I think Dia would look great dressed up as a scholar.
Ugh, forget about it. I wouldn't last 10 seconds in there. Alhaitham probably just liked the way I worked and knew I'm good in a fight. So he suggested I find some work in the Academia.
But you know, if you take him up on the offer, Sino might actually agree and let you become a Matra. Because you're super amazing!
The Matra have all the talent they need as long as they have Sino. I prefer to be free to live however I choose. In fact, I chose this job from the very start because I knew it'd be right up my alley.
Even if being a mercenary means facing all kinds of danger.
A lion has to return to the wild sooner or later. If anything, being your bodyguard has been unfamiliar territory for me.
I don't want to see you go, but I'll respect your decision.
I'm glad to hear you say that. Come on, no need for the sad face. It's not like we'll never meet again.
Being free is just a part of how
Once
Dia
the whole
operates.
Dendro Archon thing is settled, everything in Sumeru will take a turn for the better. That makes me happy too. But a peaceful society will probably mean less demand for
I
mercenaries
hope in
like
the
me.
upcoming Mondstadt
Before
event
long,
Dia
we'll be a
appears.
dying breed. So I'd better get to work while I still can.
Huh? But wait a second! You make it sound like you're leaving now!
Well, no, not yet at least. I promised my lady I'd stick around until next week.
So, have you been in Port Ormos this entire time? We were wondering if you had received a letter from Nilu.
Oh, did Nilu write to us?
She heard that you were seen in Port Ormos, so she sent the letter here.
Huh. It was probably sent to the inn that we're staying at. My lady has been very energetic lately, and keeps taking me on hikes, staying out even into the night. By the time we get back, the receptionist is usually off napping on the job.
Right, and we tend to leave quite early in the morning, so the old man on duty is also usually dozing off.
So what it really sounds like is that the person on duty is always asleep.
I bet the letter's at the reception desk. I'll go check later.
No wonder there wasn't a reply. You never received the letter. Good thing Nilu asked us to come and check on that.
Sorry to make you two come all the way out here.
It must be something important for Nilu to specifically write to us like that.
Yes, she said they were preparing a victory feast in the Grand Bazaar, and will also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra. She was hoping you could come.
Great! I'll be sure to attend.
Count me in too. But is there some sort of dress code or anything for the feast? Can I just show up looking like this?
Since it's being organized by Nilu, I don't think she'll be too picky about that. If anything, I think she wants to see us as our most natural selves.
All right, then this is how I'll show up.
The feast will be held in 2 days, so don't forget.
Sure.
Thank you so much for letting us know. We'll see you there.
Oh, by the way, do you happen to know where Sino and Raman are?
The General Mahamatra always comes and goes without a trace. Normally no one knows his whereabouts.
Oh.
But last time we met, he mentioned that he had something to do in Aru Village. You can try your luck there. As for Rahman, your guess is as good as mine. I only remember he said that he had something to discuss with Sino. You can ask Sino when you meet him. Don't mention it. You'd better get going.
Alright, on to our next stop.
All right. Aru Village. Oh, that's... Well, at least it fixed itself.
It's been a while since we last visited Aru Village. Ah, there's Sino!
It's been a while.
What brings you here?
We recovered well, and Tanari agreed to let us leave, so now we're out and about again.
It seems Gandharvaville's medical treatment is still as good as ever.
And Tanari is recovering well, too.
That's good to hear.
Thank you for taking us to him.
Yeah, you're the one who brought us to him when we lost consciousness, right? Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Tainari has excellent medical skills, and Kale is quite attentive. It was the best place for you.
But why are you just standing here like a dead tree?
I'm meeting some people.
Oh, you mean Candace?
I've already talked with Candace and the village chief. They're still at the usual place. You can go there if you'd like to see them. But you know one of the people I'm meeting as well.
Oh, by King Deshret's blessing, my friend suddenly appears in the desert. Don't tell me you've run into trouble and need us to help now.
Roman! And... huh? Sataria?
Oh, you know me?
Oh, well, you're pretty famous in the academia.
Don't worry, these are our friends. No need to be so guarded.
I see.
What have you been doing lately?
I'm doing well. Many good things have happened recently.
Same here. Really, I feel that my whole life has started to shine after suddenly finding a new direction.
Oh, tell us everything.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Alright, well, I suppose I should start by saying I've decided to leave the academia.
What?
You're not going to be a scholar anymore?
It's not that I've given up on being a scholar. Instead, you could say I've found a new identity. I will no longer pursue research like a typical scholar, but I have not completely given up on my relationship to knowledge either.
I can see what you're saying now.
What do you mean?
I plan to leave the academia and return to teach here in the desert.
Wow, so you want to become a teacher?
Sataria will return to support education here and teach people from the desert. She can't teach everyone on her own, but there are many of us Eremites all over Sumeru. She came to discuss a collaboration with me and hoped that I could bring her ideas to the Eremites.
Yes, it's my hope that the Eremites can help me select a group of smart people with the best aptitude for teaching. I'll teach them, and after they've finished learning from me, they can go educate more people. That is the true meaning of education and the spreading of knowledge.
The people of King Deshret suffer from sandstorms, exile, and ignorance. Miss Sataria is more than welcome to come teach here. Her arrival is like a star shining in the desert night. The stars have always guided caravans, thieves, soldiers, and travelers who get lost in the night. They lead those in the dark out of trouble and back to safety.
Oh, please. Where's all of this coming from? I'm starting to feel a little embarrassed.
You deserve these compliments. Mercenaries
See,
are
personally to me,
don't fear death.
these two, at least especially Sataria, with this kind of ideal change, I feel like is deserving of a vision.
Good to many people.
At first, I feared it was destined to fail. Everyone knows that the Academia doesn't allow scholars to teach in the desert without permission. As you know, all knowledge is under their surveillance and control, and very few desert dwellers are as lucky as me. But what I heard at that time has been haunting my heart, as if there were lightning bolts
Like, if we're considering possibilities, I would probably say Hydro or
the longer
Electro.
you ignore it, the tighter the Academia's grasp on you will become. Sataria,
As it could be Hydro, because she's doing this all for the right reasons. And Dendro too, potentially. But I would be thinking also Electro, because she believes in the eternal idea of teaching, the eternal idea that knowledge belongs to everyone. And wants to proceed by teaching it to everyone.
Azar has received much needed punishment. Though, if you ask me, it may have been too light. You probably have already heard.
Yeah, we heard.
Lord Sino helped me obtain permission to leave the Academia for the desert, and accompanied me here to discuss collaboration with members of the Eremites. My plan was able to go smoothly thanks to him and Rahman.
You're all doing so much for the desert.
Aside from that, I also have some other business to discuss with Sino.
Lesser Lord Kusanali has allocated many resources to support and develop the desert. I've done some business for her, and part of it required the assistance of the Eremites. I applied for a few batches of educational materials from the Academia, and sent them to several groups in the desert, as instructed by Lesser Lord Kusanali. I believe the people will make good use of them.
That's exactly what the people here need. Physical books and other related items. If it weren't for Sino and Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'm afraid we'd never be able to get our hands on them.
Apart from this, the Academia is also recruiting scholars that are willing to teach in the desert. I'll let you and Sataria know as soon as I have any more news. We must be persistent about this, and maintain these resources to ensure long-term effectiveness.
This is the first time in hundreds of years we've had a glimmer of hope. I think this may be the turning point for the desert. Remember these words. Here lies our faithful priest, Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration. I hope people with wisdom like that priest will rise again among the desert dwellers. Then we'll once again see the wisdom and glory that once shook the world.
Enough about us. Are you here to discuss some business too?
No, not at all. We're actually here on behalf of Nilu. Nilu wanted to write to everyone, but she wasn't sure where the letters should be sent, so she asked us to come find everyone personally. A celebration feast will be held in 2 days at the Grand Bazaar. She hopes that all of you will be able to attend. At the feast, we'll also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra. Although, judging from your appearance, it seems you've already been reinstated. Paimon thought you would only start working for the Academia after the feast.
Celebration? Feast?
Oh yeah, so you really didn't know.
It's the first I've heard of it.
Tainari was right. He really didn't know.
This feast is for you, Sino. Sounds to me like you'll have to be there.
It's rare to see that kind of expression from Lord Sino. You must not like feasts very much.
No, not really. But I'll go.
You two are invited as well.
Well, I still have a lot to handle here. Besides, I need to look after Miss Sataria in the desert, so I'll have to pass.
I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Although, if you'd be so kind, please give a message to Miss Nilu for me. The message is, I'm sorry for how I treated you before, but now I understand the beauty of your dance. It's like a light shining in the sky. You and the art you symbolize are not only beautiful, but also lively and powerful. So much so that it was prohibited. Please keep dancing, and someday I'll be able to appreciate your art in person.
Okay, we've got all that down.
Go to give the message to
Here
Nilu.
is complete as well. Oh, Sino, remember, party's in 2 days. Make sure you're there.
Got it.
I still have time afterwards too. If you haven't noticed, I have reputation quests, and I should potentially actually be able to max out Liwa. Which means I can move on to Inazuma. As well as grant all my Geo characters a glider.
This realm is...
Yo! Rank 10 Seiyu! About time. These are very important purchases, not gonna lie. Right now, like, within the inconsistency of my development. But this is what I wanted to buy. I'm out of certain particular flowers that are much harder to grind. Oh, am I at max? Am I at a max? Okay, you can only hold 20 of a particular seed. That's good to know. So I'll only be able to buy 2 here. 2 here. 2 here.
If you ever
So stupidly enough, say you. Like, one thing that really upsets me is there's no, like, outside of this background banner, there's no actual, like, genuine unlock for, like, dialogue-based unlock. Like, nothing in the teapot, nothing in the profile for when you unlock tier 10 French, or rank 10 friendship.
Wanna learn some ninja skills? I can teach you. Well, only the skills I know, of course. Why aren't I asleep? Because I'm not sleepy. And also because today is a special day. I had to stay awake today, so I'd have the chance to say it to you in person. Happy birthday!
kind of wish I had like a third thing, because I'd love it. I'd love it to be Seiyu, Shinobu, and Barbara.
I need to search high and low for evidence.
And Chongyun. I feel like those are kind of like my base for. Alright, well, let's replace Seiyu.
Hello. Is there some matter of importance you wish to discuss with me?
I like it here.
This is a comfortable environment. A good place to be calm and gather one's thoughts. Much like the days in the Jade Chamber.
Surely this place doesn't compare to the Jade Chamber.
Oh, you misunderstand. An environment can't be judged purely on its size or opulence. I sense the time and effort that you have put into this place, which reminds me of the time and effort I myself spent when constructing the Jade Chamber.
Something feels off about the audio of these lines.
I see this as the Jade Chamber
very
that belongs to
staticky.
you. Hello. Is there some matter of importance? Good morning. If you encounter any difficulties on your travels, feel free to
She seemed like, I like the moments where she's way more casual. Miku has more dialogue.
Oh, well, hello. What brings you to see me today? If there's anything weighing on your mind...
Anything you'd like to do?
No. Not the answer you were expecting to hear, hmm? Oh, the look of stunned surprise on your face. I think it might be my favorite.
I kind of expected no, though, because she's a tease.
No, actually I wasn't. Or, to put it another way, seeing your reaction was exactly what I wanted.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Observing humans' reactions and reading about their lives are what interest me most in this world. In principle, I should remain an outside observer. But you are far too much fun for that. I can't help but tease you from time to time. But of course. If you liken human lives to light novels, everyone has its highlights, but also inevitably has many aspects that are similar to all the others. As an observer, I get to see the similarities all the time, which naturally leaves me desiring to see something more unique. Your story is one that has captivated me. I really do have high hopes for you. Please do your best to live up to them, child. Don't you worry. You still have a long journey ahead of you. Your story has only just begun. Besides, you'll always have me as your trusty editor, won't you? Whenever you start going off on a misguided tangent, I'll correct you. And if you're ever stuck in a rut, I'll give you a little nudge towards the next chapter. That should certainly help you on your journey, don't you agree?
Alright, back to Sumeru.
Ad Astra.
I'll leave that just in case for the survey. What's this? No, it's just telling me about the survey.
I'll go to the Adventurers Guild
Yes, please do. I'm sure the audience would be thrilled at the chance of receiving commemorative gifts. It could be our special surprise that we prepare for everyone.
I think it's an amazing idea. Who knows? If we take more pictures, they might even become the signature souvenir of the Grand Bazaar.
And Nilou will become even more famous. Ha! It won't be long till people are fighting for front row at your performances.
I've heard that this camera is not just something anyone can use as they please. It must be aimed properly, and subjects should pose for the best results.
Oh, should we get ready then? Perhaps we should wear something a little more appropriate.
No. I think we look absolutely fine. If anything,
Yeah, gee, if
when we
only
pose
someone
for
here
this,
knows how to use a camera.
Clever invention. We should just be ourselves.
You really think so?
I'm curious. I'm presuming that Nahida has been out by this point in time, so she might be able to read their minds.
Everyone hold hands.
Nope.
Hey,
The weather is great today.
Jutes is the best stall in the whole. I should go buy something from Jutes after work. What should I buy?
everyone hold hands. Was that Nilo who just walked by? Oh, it was someone else. I see everything.
It sucks that I can't read the dog.
Everyone hold hands.
We should just give up.
Anyways, let's switch. I'm gonna switch to the Geo team. Let's wait.
Today's the big day! Let's go to the Grand Bazaar and see how the celebration's coming along. Everybody's already here. Looks like we're the last ones to arrive.
You're here.
He's so happy.
There you are.
Well, look who finally decided to show up.
You look like you came here immediately after finishing up some work. I'm very happy to see you here.
But we're not late, are we? It's just that everyone else arrived ahead of time.
I propose that the last one who arrived be put in charge of today's speeches.
Nah, there won't be any speeches today.
Oh, really? Well, even better.
Come join us over here. Let's share some great food and drinks, and chat about all sorts of fun things.
Everything looks quite good.
Wow! Paimon can't wait! Traveler, just look at all the delicious food here! Whoa! It's so delicious! Oh, this grilled meat tastes amazing!
The food was specially prepared for you by everyone in the Grand Bazaar. And we have gifts that were sent by the residents of Sumeru City when they heard we were holding a feast. Everyone that came said that you saved Sumeru, and wanted me to thank you all on their behalf.
Ah, feels kinda nice to be seen as a hero. I could get used to this.
Being a bodyguard is also a hero's job. You've always been amazing, Dia.
My lady sure has a way with words. Thanks. I'm glad to hear it.
And I'm happy to meet everyone that participated in the great plan.
Don't mention it.
Come to think of it, we've really done something impressive together. It's unbelievable.
We owe it to our abilities. And luck.
Really? Why do I remember everybody thinking that luck was against us and feeling like we hardly had a chance of succeeding?
That's how I remember it too.
It's luck that brought us together, and it was luck that let us form a team. Then, it took even more luck for us to formulate a plan and implement it successfully. Moreover, judging from the results, everything worked out well.
Yeah, everyone gave it their all when it mattered most. It was almost like a performance. We took the stage and put on our best show. Everyone played their part, and thanks to everyone's efforts, the performance was a great success.
So, would you say we're good actors too?
There's one more talent under our belt.
Such a blessing that Lesser Lord Kusanali was able to return to power at the Academia.
Yes, even after being abandoned and neglected so many times, she's finally returned.
Returned to the Academia, abandoned and neglected.
Uh-huh. Lesser Lord Kusanali once used all her power in a great disaster, which resulted in her losing all her wisdom and memories of the past. The Academia basically abandoned her because of
Okay,
it.
so that's the
This
retcon.
should be something everybody should remember. Huh? You look surprised. I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
No, everything you said is correct.
That's good.
Something wrong?
Yeah, what's with that face? You knew all of this already.
Even if those two giants of the Academia are here, I still have to say it. Those sages really have some nerve. 500 years ago, Lesser Lord Kusanali used all her power for the people of Sumeru, and what did they do in return? If you bite the hand that feeds you, don't act surprised when it turns into a knuckle sandwich, right, Sino?
Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but their treatment of Lesser Lord Kusanali calls for a more severe punishment.
You could simply tell Lesser Lord Kusanali that you wish to have Azar and his...
In all honesty, I like this
severely
retcon because at the same time it makes what they did to Nahida even worse.
While we're on this topic,
Because it's like it's the idea of finding
the Academia's invitation to become the Grand Sage.
the idea of, you know, like it's the idea that, oh, you know, Ruka Devada used all her powers and then Nahida was found as basically an infant with no wisdom or intelligence because she's a fucking child at that point. And they basically just gave up on the idea that their Archon of Wisdom was reborn. This just makes it worse. It's like she gave all her power and they just threw her in the garbage. But I feel like having history remember the sages as worse is like good because they were terrible. They didn't deserve to be remembered in a better light.
Sage?
Not at all. But every person handling the selection process has said that you are the most suitable candidate to lead the Academia right now.
Why? Because he dethroned Azar from power?
Could you try to put it another way? This is a good thing, yet you're making it sound like I overthrew Azar for my own personal gain.
But seriously, though, I always wondered if you had some personal motives behind it.
I did have my own motive, but it had nothing to do with being a sage. If the rules of our nation were suddenly cast by the wayside, then it wouldn't be long until chaos ensued. I had no intention of letting their dreams disrupt my life.
By that, you mean your life working as the Academia's scribe.
Precisely.
Wait, is that all?
So, that's the only reason why you joined us and came up with all those plans?
It's reason enough.
You've certainly got quite the personality.
You flatter me.
All right then. How about you? You've already resumed work as the General Mahamatra, right?
That's right.
Will you be happy with that life?
It's not about being happy. There are merely a lot of things that I must do.
Even so, keep your spirits up and try to be happy, okay? And try to smile more every day, just like I'm doing now.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Well, there's another Sumeru pairing I need to search the fandom for.
What a view. How about a quick break so I can sketch this beautiful scenery?
That actually doesn't sound like a bad idea, not gonna lie.
Ah, there you are, traveler. Well, how is it? Are you enjoying the feast today? If there's anything you're unhappy with, just let me know. I'll be sure to take note of it.
That's great. Thanks for inviting me.
That's good. It's the first time I've ever invited so many exceptional people to one place. I was a little nervous myself. You see, every guest here is quite extraordinary. It's unbelievable that we've got everyone together here. Almost like a fairy tale. Make sure you live it up tonight. I'll be happy as long as you're enjoying yourselves.
I have a message to tell you.
I'm honored to have her think of me this way. If I have a chance in the future, I would really like to invite her to one of my performances. I can't explain why, but I just feel elated right now. Thank you.
Sorry, my interest peaked, and I was wondering if Albedo and Noelle had voice lines for each other. Noel does not speak of Albedo, but does Albedo speak of Noel? He does not. He actually has very few voice lines. He taught 2 for Sucrose, 1 for Lisa, 1 for Klee, 1 for Jean, 1 for Xingqiu, and 1 for Barbara. Which is actually kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting that he has 1 for Barbara. But then again, while we've not really seen them interact on screen outside of that one, the Golden Apple Archipelago one, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just simply a relationship thing. Like, he knows Jean, he probably knew their parents, right? Like, he's been alive for just shy of 500 years. Right? So, what does he say? Barbara.
Going out into the
Actually,
world and
I wonder if I actually... Do I... Oh, I'm not high enough. I wonder if I'd be able to, just have him say it in game, but I need to be rank 4 to get it.
Happy birthday. You look especially happy. Would you mind if I sketched you? The capacity of our brains is limited.
It is interesting though that he does have dialogue line for Barbara, because so that Albedo's voiced by Koi Dao, who is actually the partner of Laura Stroll, who voices Barbara as well as Xingyan. That's kind of interesting that now that I think about it, outside of Zach and God, her name's escaping me. The 2 characters that voice the Traveler, Paimon, Laura Stroll is actually so far the only non-main character voice actress that has appeared, at least in the EN dub, in both Golden Apple Archipelago season or things.
The unknown into the known.
Because I know Sucrose has Noel lines.
The atmosphere here is good. And everything is delicious. Yeah. I don't often come to such places. But it feels quite good. I have a lot to handle these days. Otherwise, I could show you around. There's always next time. We're friends after all. This feast is pretty good. I like it.
I seldom participate in such lively gatherings, but the atmosphere here is quite good.
I thought you might find it boring.
No. This gathering today has a unique meaning. The Grand Bazaar is lively because the people here feel happiness from the bottom of their hearts, unlike the farces at the Academia. That happiness is an emotion that'll be forever alien to those bookworms who have driven themselves insane by studying. I seem to have taken both keys when I left the house. Oh well.
My lady, the grilled meat over there is delicious.
Like, I would have loved
Tried
to
it?
see Dunyazard
Yes,
get a
I also tried some fruit just now.
get a vision.
Oh, they're very sweet. What an amazing place to relax.
What vision would she have
No
gotten?
wonder everybody likes to rest at the Grand Bazaar.
You said it. Oh, Look who else is
Person,
here.
I think maybe Cryo.
Oh,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
Cryo would
Maybe
have been a
Lou
good
invited
vision for her,
everybody.
because Cryo's
Oh, now
peace
I
and
have a
love,
chance to
right?
meet all the
At least
heroes.
theorized to be peace and love.
Hey, less of that polite chit-chat and more eating and drinking. The feast is about having fun, not stuffy formalities.
Hey, what's wrong? Your head is starting to droop.
I think I'm about to nod off.
You can't just fall asleep here. Paimon will go find something delicious for you to eat. You'll wake up once you've put something yummy in your tummy. Of course, just wait here for Paimon.
Because I didn't sleep well last night, or it feels... If,
It's me.
That was a little bit of a jump scare, not gonna lie. It looks like my consciousness is connected to yours again.
You may blame me for being a bit too self-indulgent. I was thinking about talking with you, and the next thing I knew, I had made a connection with you. The connection between us is amazing. It's like flora and the fence it grows upon. I heard there's an amazing celebration feast today at the Grand Bazaar. I wanted to have a look for myself, so I snuck in. Lately, I've been so busy dealing with all the fallout from recent events, so I really haven't had any free time. Although you've already helped me with a lot, there's still one more thing I hope you can help me with.
What is it?
Please say thank you to everyone for me.
This was about Nahida. You better if you do it yourself.
Is it not convenient for you to do that for me?
Some things in this world must be done by yourself.
But if I just show up all of a sudden, people will become all quiet and stiff, won't they? What if I end up scaring them and ruining this wonderful feast? That'd be the last thing I want.
Be fine, don't worry too much.
Let me think about it. Okay. Yes, I have.
Wait, huh?
You said I should go thank everyone as myself, right? So, I've decided to borrow your body for the time being. Please don't blame me. The flora also climbs up to the fence to get closer to the sky.
Please promise you won't say anything weird while you're in my body.
Everyone! Are you awake now? Paimon was just about to bring you the food. It's me. Huh? That voice. Nahida?
Hold up, what's going on?
I didn't expect to have a conversation with the consciousness of Lesser Lord Kusanali in the Grand Bazaar. Interesting. Is this also a part of the feast?
No, of course not. Are you Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Hello, Nilu.
You know who I am?
Yes, I already know every one of you. Nilu, Alhaitham, Sino, Dia, Paimon, and Dunyarzad.
Lesser Lord Kusanali?
I took the liberty of occupying the traveler's body so that I could thank all of you in person. Thank you so much for rescuing me, even if that meant placing your own safety in peril and taking the risk of becoming enemies with the Academia, the sages, the doctor, the balladeer, and even the entirety of Sumeru. Without you, without any of you, I would have been in a much more difficult situation. Had you not helped me to resolve the crisis, not only I, but Sumeru and even the entirety of Teyvat would have suffered great misfortune. People refer to you as the heroes who managed to rescue a god. I'm quite fond of this name. It not only explains your identities, but also bears witness to your relationship with me. Please, allow me to present to you my most sincere gratitude.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you have done so much for Sumeru, and I didn't even have a chance to do anything for you. You don't have to do this.
Dingerzad, the suffering you endured during your illness is also proof of you being with me and praying for me. Thank you.
You don't need to be so ceremonious. It's always been my duty to protect you.
This is how the relationship between the Academia and Dendro Archon should be. We just did what was necessary and set things back on the right path.
I hope
You're an
Altaicum still
Archon,
becomes
but
the
you
great
act
sage.
so humble. You really don't need to be so polite with us.
I'm honored to have been able to take part in this plan. I hoped you liked the dance I dedicated to you.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
The next day,
Are you awake? Did you rest well?
I think I slept all right.
After Nahida left, you ate a lot of food. You've become a glutton.
I'm still nothing compared to Paimon.
That just means you still have a lot to learn from Master Paimon, the Sage of Gluttony. Alright, since you're awake now, should we go and have a chat with Nahida? She should be in the Academia right about now. If you have any questions, now's your chance to ask.
Sanctuary!
Hello, Traveler and Paimon. What a fantastic night. I'm still immersed in all the happiness and joy, like a candle floating on water. So are we, and that's why we're here to talk with you. Is there anything you want to know?
I've got nothing to say. I'm not, I've already seen a cutscene on this stuff.
Isn't there something else you haven't asked about yet? Huh?
Like about how the sibling is from Teyvat, despite you not. Oh no, that's this part here.
I took some time to perform a search for information on your sister. Yeah, isn't Irminsul a repository? This is true in your case. However, there must be something different about your sister. What?
It's never really been explained whether they're twins or if one of them's older or not. So there's a you know.
makes any sense! Wasn't this your first trip to Teyvat? According to the records I was able to access, your sibling suddenly appeared in Conria. After the Conria disaster, she began her journey through the 7 nations of Teyvat. But just as her journey was about to reach its conclusion, the Irminsul records on her suddenly become fuzzy. What do you mean, fuzzy? Did something happen to her? All I know for sure is that somebody, for reasons only they can know, is deliberately obfuscating her fate. And whoever it is, if they can do that, who knows what else they're capable of. But even that wouldn't explain how she somehow comes from this world. Something else I noticed was that according to these records, the Fatui have not classified your sibling as one of the Descenders. What's a Descender? Paimon's never heard of it. Look, I'm sure you must be curious about a very important part of the intel, Traveler. You are Teyvat. Huh? So the Fatui count 3 other Descenders? That's right. My current hypothesis is that the first Descender was likely what we now call the Heavenly Principles. As for the other Descenders, I still need to verify their existence. It could take me some time. Paimon's head's about to burst from all this crazy new information. And yet, even knowing all this, I'm sure you must still have a lot of unanswered questions. There are many questions in my heart as well. And soon, you'll also begin your journey anew and depart from Sumeru. I'm very interested in your future. It's a journey that can't be observed or recorded by this world. If fate is the ultimate knowledge, then your future will be the ultimate fate. Paimon's sure glad we got to meet you, Nahida. The pleasure is all mine. I can't thank you enough. Alright, that's enough talk for today. If you ever miss me, just close your eyes, and maybe I'll appear in your dreams.
And now it's finally done.
You must have a whole bunch of questions after our last conversation with Nahida. Paimon was ready to ask her a million more questions, but didn't want to seem too pushy. Like, about these Descenders. So, does that just mean people like you who come traveling to Teyvat from someplace else? And as for your sister... so many questions. Let's go find Nahida and see what else we can find out. You know, Paimon's heard that Alhaitham's been made acting Grand Sage, but with that personality of his... Why don't we go to the Academia and ask around?
I'm gonna finish up Sinos, maybe do bounties and stuff, and then probably call it a stream there.
Dad, you're back! Oh, we have guests? Hi there.
This is my daughter, Seeming. She can be a little shy of strangers. Why don't you run along now, dear? Dad needs to talk with our guests.
Oh, okay.
Everyone knows Sino in our business, but let me ask, who are you two?
Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler!
To be honest, I really didn't expect to see Sino, the lone operator, working with any partners. When I saw the tracker start moving away, I assumed you had decided to just go back empty-handed. But even though you caught me, I'd still urge you to stop while you still can. You should abandon this investigation.
Why is that?
Everything from the manufacturing of canned knowledge to the sales and even splitting the profits. Every step of the process involves dozens, if not hundreds of people. Massive profits have brought everyone together in this business. Everyone will try their best to defend this industry that we've worked to build. It will be a long and difficult fight, even for you, Sino. And even if you manage to win in the end, no one will thank you. If anything, you yourself might even feel remorse. Why are you so bent on putting us out of business?
Everyone has their own reasons for what they do. I don't have to explain mine.
Here's some tea, Dad. And for the guests, too.
Right. I forgot to offer tea to our guests. Thank you.
Don't mention it. And, I should tell you that our tea tastes kind of bitter, but I put some sugar in to make it a little tastier.
That's my girl. Do we still have any sugar left? If not, I'll buy some more next time.
Yes, we do. Okay. I'm gonna go have a rest now.
Didn't you say that everyone's in it for the massive profits? That sure doesn't seem to be the case for you.
Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I was hoping to ask you for a favor. My daughter was born with a chronic disease, so she has a relatively weak heart and lungs. Even slightly strenuous exercise can cause her to faint and prove to be a life-threatening risk. That's why she never really had any friends to play with, and why she locks herself up in her room most of the time. She has to take lots of medicine, and it doesn't come cheap. As for me, I was just an average merchant. I would wake up early and travel all around to make a profit. But the Mora was still nowhere near enough. I could only watch my daughter's health deteriorate day by day. Until one day, someone reached out and showed me a way to really make a profit.
Selling canned knowledge?
That's right. With all the Mora I made, I could finally afford medical treatment for my daughter. Nothing made me happier than seeing her get better. There are many others like me. Smuggling canned knowledge might seem like an unforgivable crime to you, but to us, it's a means of survival. I wanted to tell you all this so that maybe you could understand and change your mind. Please, stay out of this, Sino. Give us a way to survive.
Oh no. That means that if we prevent the sale of canned knowledge, his daughter
I must get to the truth. I can find someone to help treat your child, but I cannot turn a blind eye to the smuggling. These are two completely different issues.
I somehow knew you would say that. But having your word to help my daughter is enough for me. Since you insist on continuing the investigation, you should have a look around the back of my home. You'll find some goods I received just recently. I think everything will become clear to you once you see them.
Whoa! Look at all of this!
The purple one.
Yes. All neatly packed away and organized in boxes. To think that this is only one dealer's worth. Small producers couldn't possibly support such a large quantity of goods. Could the Academia have a hand in this? But such a volume of goods wouldn't be able to slip through inspection.
Huh? Look! These seem different from the other knowledge capsules we've seen. Maybe they contain knowledge about the Court of Desolation.
Yes, that would make sense. Wait, what's this?
You know what it is?
Yes. It's a Matra seal, indicating that the goods have passed Matra inspection. I started to suspect that someone in the academia might be involved when I found the tracker earlier. But how they could ship so much canned knowledge out of the academia was still a mystery. The pieces have now all fallen into place. With this Matra seal, goods can leave the academia without undergoing a second inspection. No wonder they don't want me to investigate. It turns out that a Matra is behind this.
Could be a misunderstanding.
Could I ask you for a favor, Traveler? Since all this canned knowledge came from the academia, then it's highly likely that the knowledge regarding the Court of Desolation originated from research files stored within the academia. If we can enter the repository, we can find out who accessed these files. But, considering my current status, if I suddenly show up at the academia now, it will only draw unnecessary attention. You'll need to be the one who checks the records. I'll write a letter to Nabil, and he'll take you there.
Sure thing! Leave it to us!
I'll also keep working here in the meantime. Although our leads are all currently pointing to someone within the academia, it's obvious that they also have power outside of it. We can get more information on other dealers from Bahari. I'll stay here and make some preparations. You can come find me anytime if you uncover more info.
If you start sniffing around the academia, it won't be long before people catch on to you. And once word gets out, they'll soon be after my daughter and I.
Don't worry. I'll find them before things escalate that far. But if you still feel uneasy, then why don't you tell me about anyone else you know who is a...
Alright, back to Sumeru City.
How's everything
Is this
going
the
on your thesis?
Al-Haytham quest?
I should be able to publish it next month. A few days ago, I was worried that I'd have to stop my work on it. Thankfully, that didn't come to pass.
Well, Azar was one of your thesis advisors. Honestly, I was afraid that you might have gotten dragged down as well. How did things get settled?
The newly appointed acting Grand Sage reviewed all of our projects and gave us permission to continue our research.
Acting Grand Sage? That sounds like a new thing.
Yeah, I heard that selecting new sages has been taking some time, so he's just filling in. But it's all thanks to him that our research results weren't jeopardized. Once my paper is published, I'm definitely giving myself a long vacation and getting some much-needed rest. Mondstadt sounds like a good idea.
They're really out of their minds, making Al-Haytham the acting Grand Sage?
Take it easy, Professor. I'm puzzled as well. Just going by qualifications, you're one of our most preeminent scholars. I don't know why they picked a stripling like him.
Fool! Do you think I'm angry because I wasn't chosen for the position? No! It's because I don't understand why they chose him! He was one of my students, but he rarely attended class. When I asked him about it, he retorted that self-study was better use of his time. What brazen arrogance! Misery of miseries! For the academia to have him as the acting Grand Sage?
Professor, don't get so worked up. I'll go get you some water.
Psst. Want to hear a secret? I've heard the new acting Grand Sage is from Haravatat.
Really? Who is it?
Someone named Al-Haytham. Never met him myself, but he's a real hot topic right now. Lots of things being said about him. Hard to tell what's true and what isn't, though. There's also a Vahumana scholar who's been in the spotlight recently. They say that he's a likely pick to be one of the next sages.
Oh, is he teaching any courses? Maybe we should drop by.
Wow. News of Alhaitham being the acting Grand Sage sure spread fast. Some people don't know who he is, though. Guess he's less famous than Paimon thought. Some people are saying good things and others bad. Especially that old guy just now. He really doesn't like Alhaitham. Hey, are you okay? You don't look too good.
The Matra.
The Matra?
I'm Ilias. I have to talk to a Matra about something important.
In the state you're in? You shouldn't push yourself. Why don't you tell us what happened and we'll pass on your message to a Matra?
No, I have to tell them myself. They are the only ones I could trust. Sorry, can you lend me your arm? This is an important matter. Failure is not an option.
Since you put it that way, fine, we'll take you to a Matra. We promised to take him to a Matra, but we don't know that many, do we? Oh, wait, Sino should be back at the Academia. Let's go find him.
Keep forgetting that, like, this isn't an instance. Like, you can just walk right into the building.
Hello, we meet again. Have you managed to find Sino? If so, how's he doing? I read the letter, and must admit that I hadn't expected things to be so serious. Sorry. Had I known it would be so dangerous, I never would have gotten you two involved.
It's all right. We wanted to help Sino too.
I can tell that he really trusts you. The research files stored away in the restricted repository are far from ordinary. Everything there is essentially about dangerous research that's forbidden by the Academia. Even I don't usually have authorization to enter, but with this letter from Sino, it shouldn't be a problem. That's right. Granted, the Academia is very supportive when it comes to research. They encourage scholars to conduct all kinds of studies. However, some forms of research have proven to be so dangerous that the Matra have to step in and put a stop to them. Normally, after some particular research becomes prohibited, the majority of the related files will be destroyed. But some information may be retained as a record to warn later researchers. Such information is kept in the restricted repository, which is heavily guarded. Follow me, I'll show you. Hopefully, we'll find the answers that Sino is looking for.
The restricted repository. Sounds kinda dangerous. We'd better keep an eye out.
Okay, I understand. Since Sino is vouching for you, I suppose we can trust you. You may browse the information regarding the Court of Desolation. Ask me if you have any questions. But I'd suggest avoiding any other research files. Sometimes the less you know, the better.
So this is the restricted repository. I never thought I'd see the inside of it. This is a first for both you and me.
There are many who do not openly converse with others within the academia. But even so, there are very few who I feel could be trusted with a real secret. Sino happens to be one of them. Even though he's no longer in the academia, I still trust him. And that goes for anyone he trusts as well. The files are over there. Just make it quick.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm not reading that.
Whoa, there's a lot to read here. Have you found anything yet?
Reacher's name sounds familiar.
It reminds Paimon of Sino's former partner.
His former partner? That would be Taj Radkani. But you're not far off. Mortada Radkani was Taj's only son.
What? Taj's son went to prison for researching the Court of Desolation?
Why do you sound so surprised? You're a Matra, aren't you?
It's just that they arrested him in secret, so it was never publicly known. All I knew was that Taj's son was taken to prison. It's not just me. I bet even Sino didn't know about it.
No. Unfortunately, there isn't. He took his own life not long after he went to prison. You've heard about Taj, right? I know Nabil has. Every Matra knows him. I would say he's probably pushing 50 this year, which makes him one of the most experienced Matra. He is a man of integrity and honesty, and has made countless achievements. His reputation goes back a long way now. He used to be Sino's only partner. Taj is also skilled with the polearm, so the two of them used to practice together when they weren't out on a mission.
Ah, right. I heard Sino mention that before. But one day, Taj suddenly decided to retire from active duty and transfer to an administrative position. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Mortada incident.
Taj was already very well known by the time Mortada was born. So when Mortada came to study at the academia, everyone had high expectations of him. He had to face a lot of pressure. Then he had an unpleasant dispute with his father, but they were eventually able to work things out. Not long after they had reconciled, Mortada was caught studying the Court of Desolation, which is in violation of academia rules. Taj arrested his son and put him behind bars. He begged for leniency, but Taj wouldn't agree. Shortly after, Mortada slit his own throat with the pieces of a broken bowl. By the time Taj arrived at the scene, it was already too late. He never had a last chance to see his son. Since then, Taj has been periodically coming to the repository. He'll hold the files from his son's research with a remorseful look on his face. I guess that's why he chose to move to administrative work.
I had no idea that happened. That must be really hard for Taj. I've never heard him mention that to anyone.
That's awful. Paimon feels terrible now.
You said Taj comes to the repository?
Don't tell me you're starting to suspect Taj now. Impossible. Taj would never do that. I mean, yes, he does have a big reputation and has access to such research, but this is Taj we're talking about. He would never do anything against regulations. Never.
But if you claim that the canned knowledge was originating from the academia, then Taj is indeed a suspect. Because he was the only one who could have recently gone through research files about the Court of Desolation. There are so many files about those ruins that it would be difficult to restart any research, since the 7 original researchers were put behind bars. It's hard enough just trying to make sense of these files. However, if the files were made into canned knowledge, they could be understood immediately. By doing so, one could restart the research outside the academia without anyone ever noticing.
But even so...
According to the legends, the treasures inside the Court of Desolation could allow someone to see beyond life and death. Or even bring the dead back to life, right? So maybe Taj is trying to bring Mortada back. Though I don't really believe Taj would ever try to do something like that. I'm just telling you what I know. It's the job of the Matra to find the truth and track down criminals. Do you have any questions? If not, it'd be best if you would leave now.
Paimon's kinda confused. What should we do from here?
This has Gran somewhere else.
Oh, now that I think about it, Sino suspected that the canned knowledge was coming from within the academia, right? There's no way so many boxes could ever get through without drawing any attention. Maybe we could try asking people around the gate of the academia and see what we can find. Don't worry, Tosh. I won't let your reputation be tarnished.
Alrighty then, let's go ask around.
Sorry.
Hey there, excuse us, but is Sino at the academia?
You two look familiar. Are you friends of Mahamatra Sino? I'm afraid he's out on a mission right now. But if you'd like, I can pass whatever message you might have on to him.
We ran into this guy by the gates, and he seems really eager to speak with the Matra. It sounds like something urgent.
Oh? If you don't mind, why don't you tell me about it first?
Siraj.
Siraj. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he a Vahumana researcher?
Vahumana researcher?
Yes, one of their most renowned, in fact. I hear he's as daring as he is intelligent. There are rumors he'll become Vahumana's next sage. But please continue, good sir. What about Siraj?
I want to report him for conducting a dangerous experiment. He kidnapped me, tied me up, and took me to that horrible cave. Experimental equipment everywhere. I ran as fast as I could, a little slower, and he would have caught me.
There's no rush. Please, take your time. What kind of experiments was he conducting? Where is this cave?
I don't remember.
Huh? You can't remember?
All I remember is Siraj walking towards me, and then my head started feeling weird. It's like a nightmare that I can't recall. I just know that that place is dangerous, and that they must be stopped. Oh, I heard they conduct business in the tavern. We have to hurry.
Even if what you say is... All right. I'll have some of my colleagues look into Siraj. But before that, I would like to administer the Matra lie detector test.
You think I'm lying?
Please don't take it the wrong way. This is just standard protocol. Sorry, but can you two wait out here a little while? We'll be back soon.
Huh? I'll hate them.
Let me bring you up to speed. First things first, Ilyas passed the lie detector test. This indicates that what he said is highly credible. As such, we've decided to launch an investigation based on the leads he provided. Per protocol, this matter was reported to Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham. After hearing about it, he left a message for Mahamatra Sino and then asked to join the investigation.
Huh. It's kinda weird for you to be working with the Matra. Is there a special reason?
You're overthinking things. My interest was piqued is all.
Really? I'm unsurprised you have this much free time. In that case, let's join in as well, shall we, Traveler?
It's already against protocol for acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham to participate in this investigation. As for you two... Oh, never mind. After all, you were the ones who brought Ilyas here. I'll allow you to accompany us, but you have to promise to keep everything confidential.
Don't you worry, our lips are sealed.
Alright, in that case, I'll fill you in on what we know so far.
They're talking in fucking public anyways. What the hell does this matter? They're standing in the middle of a lobby.
Few clear memories. Seems he stumbled
Let's keep it confidential. There's two people in the background that specifically have nothing to do with this. He's not whispering. What the hell is he more worried about keeping things on the down low?
So we've decided to head to the tavern and investigate any suspicious persons.
That's right. Arav, prepare to head out. You two, do as you will.
Oh, come on! We already said that we're coming!
Excuse me. Have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
Huh. Well, yes, but isn't that pretty normal? The academia consumes so many resources each day, everything from cooking ingredients, raw materials, even equipment for experiments. It's normal for goods to be coming in and out.
Right, but we're looking for shipments with a Matra seal. Have you seen any like that?
That I'm not too sure of. I normally wouldn't notice whether the goods have any seals or not. Maybe you should ask someone else.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
No, not that I'm aware of. Perhaps you could ask someone else?
That dude said no in a really quick manner.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
Huh? Why do you ask?
I'm just checking to ensure nothing unusual has happened.
Well, I can't say it's unusual, but I did notice something. There's a Kashar researcher who's been making frequent shipments recently. Dozen of large boxes each time, if not more. When I asked him about it, he said they just contained a bunch of old worn-out machines. The Kashar used to often sell scrap machines to traveling merchants, so I didn't really think anything of it. But he's been making a lot of shipments lately. There weren't ever so many outdated machines before.
And you didn't find that suspicious? Why didn't you report it for inspection?
Well, the boxes were stamped with a Matra seal. Why should I bother? Of course, I did start to wonder about the seal once, thinking that maybe they forged it or something. But you know what happened? A man named Taj came here and told me that he'd already inspected the goods personally and ordered me to leave the researcher alone. I couldn't question his word, could I?
Impossible. There must be some sort of mistake. There's no way Taj would ever...
Let's calm down, everyone.
I won't believe it. Taj is an honorable man. Someone must be trying to frame him. Wait, I know another Matra who works with Taj. I can ask him to let us speak with Taj.
He runs off and returns with someone shortly later.
As I've already told you, I don't have any way to contact Taj. A few Eremites showed up looking for Taj yesterday, and he met with them in his office. I was standing outside of the door, and I vaguely heard them say, "Found it." Before I realized it, the door opened, and Taj left with the group of them. I noticed that he had also changed into Eremite attire. But Taj didn't come to work today, so I've also started to feel a little concerned about the whole thing. If you'd like to speak with him, maybe you can try visiting his home. He lives just on the outskirts of Sumeru City.
A group of Eremites? Could Taj really be the one making all the canned knowledge?
No way. Taj is just like Sino. They're considered heroes among the Matra. There's no way that he would...
Let's go to his home and have a look.
Fine. Looks like there's no other choice.
Hey, don't let it get to you just yet. We'll get to the bottom of this once and for all.
So, this is Taj's place.
There was a way to wake me up.
There doesn't seem to be anyone here.
Don't worry. I knocked over my water bottle into my cup and knocked it over, but my cup is empty, so...
No. Wait, the door's unlocked. Did Taj leave in a hurry? Well, anyway, we're still not sure if he's the real culprit. Probably not a good idea to go in without permission.
You have to do this in order to clear his name.
You're right. Even if we apply for a warrant now, we won't be able to do anything until tomorrow at the earliest. This is an emergency. I just hope Taj doesn't mind. What's this?
It's a paper full of names written on it. Oh, and a map. Nabil, can you make any sense of this?
Yes, this is definitely Taj's handwriting. These papers look like records. These are the transactions between Taj and some other people. From the look of the numbers, the scale of this smuggling case is absolutely massive. The whole operation involves more than 300 people, including dozens of celebrities. These are famous scholars, merchants, mercenaries. I have a feeling that Sino might be unaware of what he's up against. There's no way anyone could face such a large organization on their own.
Even so, he won't back
You're
down.
right. That's just who he is. As for the map, it appears to indicate the location of the Court of Desolation. Let's take it to Sino and let him decide how to proceed. If Taj really has turned on his honor and committed these terrible acts, then I suspect that he might already be at the Court of Desolation as we speak. I don't want to suspect him, but I also don't know him very well. Maybe Sino will know what to do.
All right, we'll give these to Sino and see. Let's go!
Where is the court? It's right here. Aru Village. I'm gonna go to this one. Likelihood is when I get Dia, I'll probably replace Miko with her. Because I don't like having Electro on all 4 teams, but Raiden's really good for this team. So I don't want to move Raiden back.
Taj. It's been a while since I last saw him. From what I remember, he is a straight-laced man. Although he would resort to extreme measures from time to time, he would never do anything against his beliefs.
So do you think he's the one behind all this?
I'm still not sure. I cannot imagine how devastating the incident with Mortada was for him. Nor can I deny the possibility that people can change. Whether it's out of love for his son or for other reasons, we have to see for ourselves to judge him. Or rather, the person he's become.
Evidence is stacked against him now.
It's clear that he had a hand in this case, yet he made no report of it. There's no doubting that. That's also why I need to see him. I must ask his reasoning and judge him myself. Time is ticking. Let's go.
Go here and glide over. With this place, Court of Desolation. Well, I'll run my main team then, because that's all 3 elements that I need for this dungeon.
So this is the Court of Desolation. Are there really any treasures buried here? Oh, Paimon's kinda nervous. Could it be dangerous?
Don't worry. You'll be safe with me.
Look! These walls have definitely seen better days. Was there some sort of fight here? Let's keep going and see what we can find.
Boom.
Whoa! Is it just Paimon? Or did that passageway just rotate? It's not gonna start moving again, is it? Either way, we should be careful. Dissipate!
It's another chest. Man, this is super creepy.
A passage! Hopefully that's our way in. That eye seems to be staring right at us. This place gives Paimon the creeps. You go first.
What am I supposed to do? Oh, okay. For some reason I thought this was, part of the rotation puzzle. I don't know why. Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. So I slipped off the platform, but it still rotated me. How kind.
Everyone hold hands.
Stand with me.
Nowhere to run.
Taj.
Ah, Sino. It's been some time since I've seen you last. I trust you are doing well. Seeing that you've made it all the way here, you must be on the cusp of wrapping up your investigation, I presume. Even faster than I expected. Is it because you have some new partners now?
That's right. This case is nearly closed. But the most important answer still eludes me. Was it all your doing? Smuggling the canned knowledge? The research of the Court of Desolation?
Yes, it was me.
Then explain why.
That's the difficult part. Let's just say I've changed. I've become a selfish coward who only wants to pursue his own interests.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, really? Way I see it, every person will end up like me sooner or later. When you're young, you press forward, unattached, living solely for the justice in your heart. But as you begin to age, you start to become more cautious. You know many things are wrong, but still turn a blind eye to them. I was the same. I never questioned my actions until Murtada died. I could feel the justice that I once strived to uphold slowly crumbling in my heart. I was completely dedicated to all that I did, but as I grew older, I found myself feeling alone, miserable. Can you imagine what it feels like to not have the will to live, but not be able to die? Murtada was sent to prison by my own hands. I set myself on this painful path. My son hated me till the day he died, and now I must live with that pain and regret. I failed him as a father. But now I have a chance to make it right. A chance to reunite with him. The Court of Desolation. Here lies the key to overcoming life and death. The power to even bring the dead back to life.
So, did you already find what you needed here?
See this door behind me? Behind it lies the treasures that I seek.
Life and death is never that easy. This is an entire
hadn't
trick on
arrived
him.
Now, I could already have...
Enough conjecture. What has happened is already part of the past. You cannot bring the dead back to life. In the end, the treasures you seek are nothing but myths and legend.
Since you're so sure, why don't you just let me open the door and see then?
No. I sense danger behind that door. There will be dire consequences the moment you open it.
I beg you, as an old partner, can you let me fulfill my last wish just this once? Surely you get it by now. Doing your job without mercy will only drive people away from you. I'm the prime example.
I don't overthink things. If there is only one way for me to defend my principles, then that is the path I will take.
Seems there's no convincing you. All right then. Let's see if your polearm skills have improved at all. This power is mine!
Grow! Go!
As I thought.
I win.
Your strength.
You feel it, don't you? I'm stronger than you remember. I gained new power when I entered the Court of Desolation. This is only a taste of it. Once I open the door behind me, this power will be complete. Even life and death will have no grip on me.
Uh-oh. We have to stop this guy!
I won't let you open that door.
I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid it won't be easy to stop me now that you're injured. Or are you ready to sacrifice your life for this?
I'll do what I have to.
I still remember when we first became partners. You were always charging forward and putting your life on the line, just like now. Even after all this time, you still haven't changed.
You haven't changed either. You left that list of names and map in your house on purpose, didn't you? You wanted me to be able to find you here. All of this was just part of the act you were putting on. What happened just now was also part of your plan. You might have fooled those on the list, but you will not fool me. I had my suspicions from the beginning, but I couldn't be sure until we fought. If he really had changed, your fighting style wouldn't be as it was before.
Huh? What do you mean, Sino?
He never planned on opening the door. His true intention was...
To die right here?
Seems our time is running short. Let me make this quick then. After Mortada died, my spirit was crushed. For a long time, I was hoping this reality was just some terrible nightmare. I hoped I would just wake up and be able to see his smiling face again. That is when I was approached by someone who wished to collaborate and find the Court of Desolation together. I did some investigation of my own and discovered they were part of a massive organization. People from every walk of life are involved. They are relentless in their search, pouring countless mora into secret research, even sacrificing lives, in hopes that the Court of Desolation would appear.
No wonder banning the research wasn't enough. A full-scale operation was already in motion.
I'm a flesh and blood human like anyone else, so I obviously hesitated and considered it. The thought of bringing my son back tugged at my heart, but in the end, I came to my senses. I knew that I could not let myself go down that path. I suddenly came to a realization amidst my suffering. The Court of Desolation, a place that once drove people to tragedy, was still doing so even centuries later. As long as this place exists, people will recklessly seek it out, just as Mortada did, generation after generation, regardless of the cost. Let it be buried beneath the sand forever. Once the Court of Desolation is gone, there will no longer be anyone obsessed with seeking it out.
You're going to destroy the Court of
That's right.
Desolation?
I acted as if I had abandoned my convictions just so that they would cooperate without raising any suspicion. This was the only way I could find and destroy this place. But that wasn't enough. I needed someone I could trust to bring the organization to justice. The Academia forbids the research of the Court of Desolation, so they would never approve my plan in the first place. To add to the problem, the organization is so powerful that they even have members working within the Academia. If I wished to destroy the organization, I couldn't just count on the Academia alone.
So, you pretended to be the one behind all this as a test for me.
Yes. I'm sorry, but now I am assured. You haven't changed at all. You are still as you always were, fearless, and making no compromise. Anyway, this place is collapsing. You must leave now.
Wait! Aren't you leaving too? There are still loads of bad guys to catch outside!
His fate is already sealed. There is no life left inside him. He is like a candle with no more wick to burn.
To open the Court of Desolation, one must sacrifice their
You planned
life.
it all from the very beginning, didn't you? Risking being treated as a traitor to collaborate with them. Sacrificing your own life to open and destroy the Court of Desolation.
Regardless, I made a grave mistake by allowing the smuggling and the research of this place. Let this be the final judgment on myself. I was always so busy with work that I never made time to fulfill Mortada's wishes. Finding this place was his biggest wish. Since I'll be reuniting with him here, I can only hope he won't have anything more to hold against me. I'll leave all those people on the list to you. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused.
There's nothing to be sorry for. We are partners. If you see Mortada, send him my greetings. Goodbye, old friend.
Dad, why are they so strict with me? I'm always the only one who gets in trouble.
Just leave me alone! Don't worry, I won't damage your precious reputation.
Alright, Dad. Let's start over. By the way, I finally found an area of research I wish to pursue. Why can't you show even a little leniency? Why?
Because we are Matra.
The Court of Desolation has...
disappeared.
Just as Taj said, that place had caused too many disasters and tragedies. Being buried in quicksand is its rightful end.
What about the organization?
To them, as long as there's more to be made, they will disregard the Academia's rules, whether it's the Court of Desolation or anything else. Their only goal is to make massive profits off of dangerous research. Taj may have set them back with the Court of Desolation, but it won't be long before they continue searching for another target. That's an opportunity that I will not let them have.
We'll help too.
Thank you, but you've already done enough. Just leave the rest to me. I will bring them to justice myself. Besides, I promised you that I would sweep away any potential danger. So, that's what I'm going to do. Wait for me at Caravan Rebob 4 days from now.
All right, four days. Wow. Finally, it's not it's not 2 days. Let's let that tick, and then I gotta do it again.
We meet again. Thank you so much for all your help.
Nabil, what are you doing here?
Convicts from the desert are being escorted through Caravan Ribat, so I'm here to keep an eye on things. This should be the last group of them, so I'll be heading back to the Academia once they're cleared.
What happened these last few days?
Have been quite the ride, but fortunately, I can say with confidence that this case is finally coming to an end. At first, the mercenary groups on the list were putting up quite a fight. They made several desperate attempts to cover up the truth. However, Sino crossed the desert and took out their main camp overnight. After that, people on the list started to put pressure on the higher-ups within the Academia. Everyone was on edge, and the case came to a standstill.
And? Then what happened?
Well, then we received word that Taj Radkani had sacrificed himself on the case. The news really stirred up the members of our ranks. The Matra then moved together against the enemy. We cleared out the traitors from within the Academia and arrested all the researchers on the list. Some of them managed to get out of the Academia, but still failed to escape. The scattered criminals were captured by Sino all across Sumeru. I even heard that someone was about to escape to Fontaine, but was still apprehended just at the border. Having more than 300 prisoners apprehended for interrogation has definitely shaken things up recently.
Is Sino alright? He didn't get injured, did he?
He seems fine, but nobody knows the real situation. He brought over 300 suspects to judgment all on his own. Among them were even some of our former colleagues. Not just the criminals are afraid of him. Even we start feeling a little nervous when he's around now. But even if we start feeling all self-conscious, thinking if we've done anything wrong, we're still always honored to have Sino around. By the way, are you guys here to see Sino? I think I just saw him walking in that direction when I was on watch nearby. He was walking with someone I didn't recognize, and then before I knew it, they were nowhere to be seen. If you happen to see him, please send my regards.
Sure thing, Nabil. You be careful too. Don't let any of those bad guys escape.
Don't worry about me. If anything happens, you can find me at the Academia anytime. Farewell then.
Stand with me.
It's Tainari. I'm just gonna heal up, and then I'm gonna switch to the Geo team.
Trying to single-handedly bring 300 people to justice must feel pretty exhilarating. But I can assure you this is certainly not the best solution.
I'm aware. However, I learned something unexpected during interrogation. Apparently, someone had enticed Murtada Radkani into becoming interested in researching the Court of Desolation. Murtada had lived in his father's shadow all his life. Naturally, he wanted to conduct research that would seem groundbreaking and significant. After Murtada died, the organization tried to use Taj's shame regarding his son to add him to their ranks, toying with others' minds. treating lives like dirt, and doing anything for their own interests. This makes me angry.
Fine, I understand. This is a type of trap I've been working on which uses plants. Here, take some just in case you need them next time. If thrown into the mud, the trap will grow rapidly and disperse a pollen that has a paralyzing effect. I don't have much use for the traps these days, but maybe you will and can help me collect more testing data.
Sino! Tainari! Oh, so Tainari must be who Nabil saw earlier. Are you also here to see Sino?
That's right. Sino asked me to collect some medicinal herbs to treat a girl named Semin. I also dropped by just to check for any injuries. He seems to be fine physically, but he looks a little more lonely than I remember. And Sino, relax. You don't always have to look so serious, you know? Why don't you play more Genius Invocation TCG? Kale has always been a little wary of you, and your stern expression certainly isn't helping.
How is Kale these days?
She's grown a bit taller, but her grades could use some improvement. She still made many mistakes on her last test, even after I had marked all the important content in the book for her. After some time, I plan on having her go outside more. It just so happens that I have something she can help me with.
Huh? You mean Kale is leaving Avidia Forest? What happened?
I've asked her to host some ad hoc lectures to teach the dangers of canned knowledge, as well as how to use it safely. Although we've apprehended all the criminals behind the recent smuggling case, there are many people who are still curious and seek after canned knowledge. So I decided to ask her to work on increasing knowledge and awareness on the topic. Please be sure to keep an eye on her.
I will.
If anything else happens, the three of you can find me in the Avidia Forest. Take care.
I've already caught those who were preparing to attack you in secret. Even if some criminals did slip through our fingers, they wouldn't know that you were involved in the case. So you can relax.
What about you, Sino?
It's still not time for me to rest yet. Those who died have fulfilled their wishes, but those who are alive must continue pressing forward. I've been thinking about what Taj said in the Court of Desolation these last few days. His words were not empty. People do change, and no belief can completely resist the erosion of time. I just hope my own change will come slowly, so that I can press on a little further. That way, those who see me as their superior, and those who are following in my footsteps, will learn courage from my example, just as I gained courage from my own superiors, and my partner.
I hope it will make you
I'll
happy,
be
Sino.
fine. I'm also enjoying my chat with you right now, you know. There are many things I feel better about once I start to talk about them. Many people want to go to the desert to offer condolences for Taj. But I didn't share details with anyone. I'd prefer to avoid revealing the location of the Court of Desolation. One day, I'll gather some flowers that grow in arid desert conditions. And then, I was hoping you'd join me in planting them on the remains of the Court of Desolation.
Alright, that's all done. Alrighty. I might as well turn in the quest stuff for Sumeru, and then I think I'll call it here. It is almost 2 a.m., so. Alrighty. Alright, so that's gonna be it for Genshin tonight. Yeah, I wish I did some more Archon. I really, in all honesty, I really didn't. I just finished up the last one. But I got 2 story quests done, so that's good. Tomorrow there'll be no stream, and then on Saturday we finish off Final Fantasy XII. I'm really looking forward to it. This experience with Final Fantasy XII, even though the random lock is not ideal, and what I mean by ideal is just simply that like, obviously, when you play games like this, you want to plan, and the random lock took a lot of planning out, which is fine because, you know, I didn't have to sit here for God knows how long trying to figure out my team combos like I did, you know, for a secondary playthrough on my own for fun. But the fact is that I literally got nothing in that playthrough that works together. Outside of like maybe like there's a few that are okay, like they slightly work, but not a whole lot. But yeah, so on Saturday we will pick up. We just have to do hunts, Omega Mark, final boss, and maybe the red chocobo. That one I might give it a time, depending on where the time stands. I might just give that one a time limit, and then if I don't reach it, I won't do it. Like I said, I've never fought. I've never fought the red chocobo. I've never seen the red chocobo. I've never had it spawn. The level 99 red chocobo. But yeah, so with that said, I'm going to call it here for tonight. My name is Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King. Be you friend, foe, or member of the Omni Council. I'm going to see you later. Goodbye, everyone.